Chapter 331. Ha ha ha, the Yi family is just a bunch of cowards. Do you think you can always win after winning once? My grandson is a genius. He practices hard every day just to defeat Yi Ruru and get revenge for last year's humiliation. If you have the guts, fight with my grandson again. My grandson Fang Yan told me that this time, the Fang family will definitely beat the Yi family. Our Fang family will regain the first place on the Qingyun list. My grandson, Fang Yan, should be the first in the Neijiang Lake, thinking about a bald old man in a wheelchair roaring in the Yi family's hall, and how the Yi family was unable to do anything to a paralyzed old man. Fang Yan's entire body trembled with anger, and he broke out in a cold sweat from the lingering fear. It was a combination of ice and fire. What a proud family the Yi family was. It was a prosperous family with many talents. Since the birth of Yi Ruru, a rare martial arts genius, the Yi family became even more arrogant and domineering. Just like what Fang Yan knew, even the chickens of the Yi family were more arrogant than the chickens of other families. The people of the Yi family were even more arrogant. Who did they usually look up to? However, Fang Hui, the grandpa of the Fang family, went to the Yi family to provoke them and called them cowards. He finally understood why Yi Ruru looked at him like a knife every time she saw him. He also understood that every time he competed with Yi Ruru, the Yi family's mouths were more vicious than the other, and they wanted to cut off a few pieces of his flesh. He also understood why Grandpa never showed up in the competition, saying that he was not feeling well. After knowing the truth, Fang Yan suddenly felt that the beatings he had suffered over the years were not unfair at all. Even if he was beaten to death by Yi Ruru, it was because she was kind and gave him a discount, instead of crippling him and humiliating him for the rest of his life. Fang Yan grasped Fang Hui's feet tightly. He was afraid that he would lose control and crush the bones of his feet. He looked at Fang Hui with infinite grievance and said, "Grandpa, how could you do such a thing? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Do you know how terrible Yi Ruru is? I have nightmares every night when I think of her. Of course I know that girl from the Yi clan is powerful. Otherwise, how could she be qualified to be my grandson's opponent?" Fang Hui said matter-of-factly. Then, his bright eyes were filled with a smile as he said, "If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have been able to force another genius with the heart of Tai Chi out of the Fang clan. Think about it, when did you comprehend the heart of Tai Chi?" Fang Yan pointed to his left leg and said, "This leg was broken by Yi Rou when I was recuperating in bed. Isn't that right? Pressure gives you motivation, oppression gives you resistance, and competition gives you continuous improvement. If it weren't for you and Rou, if it weren't for me begging her to beat you up every year, would you have practiced martial arts so hard?" Fang Yan opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer this question. It sounded like Grandpa was really doing it for his own good, but why did he feel that something was not quite right? It didn't take long for Fang Yan to figure out what the problem was. He looked at Fang Hui and said, "Aren't you afraid that the Fang clan will beat me to death if you provoke them like this?" Fang Hui glanced at Fang Yan and said, "I'm still alive, aren't I? The path of martial arts is like climbing a dangerous mountain or sailing a boat in the raging sea. It's very common to get injured or even lose your life in the face of hardships and obstacles. Your father, let's not talk about your father. Let's talk about underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy made him a genius of his generation, but he couldn't get out of it and almost became half a cripple. Isn't it also because of the pursuit and dedication of higher martial arts? There are countless cases like this, but how many people would give up because of this? If you can choke to death on rice and water, what's a little pain for a hot-blooded man like me? When you enter the realm and reach the other side, you'll find that what you've suffered before is really nothing." Grandpa is right. Fang Yan nodded helplessly. "That's why we owe the Yi clan a great favor," Fang Hui said. "I'll keep it in mind," Fang Yan said. After being beaten up for so many years, he still owed a great favor. Who could he find to reason with? Fang Hui took a towel and threw it to Fang Yan and said, "Wipe it, no need to rub it. It's useless even if you rub it. Go wash your hands and warm a pot of wine. Let's have a drink and enjoy the snow." You can't drink. I'll make you a cup of goat's milk, Fang Yan said. Bullshit. Who said I can't drink? I said drink, then drink. Milk? Are you scolding me? Old urchin, people become urchins when they get old. Fang Yan couldn't dissuade Fang Hui, so he asked the kitchen to warm a pot of plum wine. Fang Yan poured a cup for Fang Hui. Fang Hui took it and drank it in one gulp. He clicked his tongue and said with regret, "It's not satisfying. It's not as satisfying as burning knives. Just drink it." Fang Yan said with a smile. I secretly asked someone to warm it for me. I said I wanted to drink it myself. If my mom saw this, she would pull my ear again. Humph, do you need a woman to talk about men's business? Fang Hui glared and shouted. He paused, then sighed and said, "It's been hard on your mom these years. She suffered a lot in our Fang family. Because of this, I don't even have the face to raise my head in front of my old friend. Lu Gong is an unyielding man. He has never lowered his head to anyone. His daughter, Sai, it's our Fang family that let the Lu family down. Grandpa and Grandma are both good. They didn't say anything about who let the other down." Fang Yan said with a smile. When he was in Huacheng, what he heard the most was his grandpa and grandma blaming the Fang family for letting him practice martial arts. They thought it was too dangerous to fight and kill all day. They never said how bad their daughter's marriage was and how miserable her life was. Fang Yan knew that his mother, Lu Wan, didn't think that way either. Her life was just a little dull, and she was more or less ridiculed by the neighbors. So what if it's nothing? They don't have to say it, but we can't, Fang Hui said in a deep voice. They raised their daughter and sent her to our family. We have to let their daughter eat well and live a good life. Otherwise, how can we live up to the trust they placed in us? Grandpa is right. The men of the Fang family will never let their women be wronged. Fang Yan knew that Fang Hui was a male chauvinist, so he followed along and said, "Don't you still have me? I will definitely let her live a good life in the future." "Yes. Our family's hope is on you," Fang Hui said. "Open the window and push me to the window." "It's still snowing outside." "It is," Fang Yan said. "Why don't you open the window? It's windy and snowing." "If Grandpa's body can't take it, you brat, you're scolding me in a roundabout way. I'm also a martial artist. Who taught you how to underestimate your enemy and your kung fu?" Fang Hui sneered. "Open the window." Fang Yan had to open the window. A gust of cold wind swept in, like a cold knife scraping on his skin. Snowflakes danced in front of the window. The whole world was covered in ice and snow. The flowers and grass in the yard all turned into ice sculptures. It made people feel happy and cheerful. Fang Hui pulled the blanket off his body and exposed his chest to the wind and snow. He laughed and said, "This is good. Pour the wine." Fang Yan took the small pot and poured the wine for Fang Hui. Fang Hui drank it in one gulp and handed the cup over again. He said, "Pour the wine." Fang Yan didn't move the pot. He said, "I can't do that. I haven't finished my cup yet. We'll split the wine in half. Don't try to take advantage of me." Fang Yan drank the plum wine in his cup in one gulp and poured himself another. Then, he poured a cup for his grandpa and a cup for himself. He said, "This is fair." Fang Hui laughed and said, "You brat. You never want to lose in front of anyone. Of course. You can eat anything, but you can't lose." Fang Yan said with a smile. "After drinking 2 cups of wine, I finally have a little heat and blood in my body. Tell me, which bastard bullied my grandson?" Fang Hui asked. Fang Yan thought for a while and said, "Actually, I was just being a busybody. Since you intervened, then it's something you should intervene. There are 2 kinds of people, our own people and outsiders. There are also 2 kinds of things, good things and evil things. If someone does evil things, then it's something we should intervene. Otherwise, what's the point of practicing martial arts? What's the point of living? Grandpa's realm is still higher. Fang Yan flattered him and said with a smile, someone bullied a girl and wanted to rob her family property. I couldn't stand it, so I helped solve 2 small problems. But in the end, I got stuck in a quagmire and can't get out. Even the ghost fisherman came out. The someone you mentioned can't be an ordinary person, right? Fang Hui went straight to the heart of the matter. I know his name is Jiang Junling. Fang Yan said. Jiang Junling. Fang Hui's tiger eyes shone with a frightening light. His expression was slightly shocked. He said, is it the one whose son should be like Jiang Junling, Jiang Junling? Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, even Grandpa knows this sentence. It seems that I've really offended a great person. Bah! Fang Hui scolded, you're just putting gold on your face. Who doesn't know how to do this kind of thing? I ran to the Yi family and shouted that my grandson, Fang Yan, is the #1 person in the Jianghu. You'll have to do it for real. Fang Yan felt a burning pain on his face, as if someone had slapped him several times. Chapter 332. A pot of plum wine was not enough for the 2 of them to rinse their mouths. Soon, the pot was empty. Fang Hui looked at Fang Yan expectantly and said, warm another pot. No. Fang Yan shook his head firmly. You mustn't, and I won't drink with you if you do, I'd rather go to bed. Who else in this house has the guts to warm your wine for you except me? Bastard! Fang Hui cursed angrily. Don't think that I can't deal with you just because my legs are paralyzed. Aren't you back now? Tomorrow, I'll go to the Yi family and scold them. I'll say that the girl from the Yi family ran to Huacheng and was beaten black and blue by my grandson and ran back crying for her parents. Do you think the Yi family will eat you up? Fang Yan's face became bitter again as he said, Grandpa, am I really your grandson? It's fine if the people outside bully me, but you also bully me? Who dares to bully you outside? Didn't that brat from the Jiang family also lose to you? Fang Yan shook his head with a bitter smile and said, he doesn't even need to do anything himself. All he has to do is move his lips, and I have to be in danger time and time again. I have to fight for my life and escape from death time and time again. How could he not take advantage of me? If I'm the slightest bit careless, I'll die, and I won't be able to come back to see you. What about him? I've won again and again, but all I've done is cut off some of his branches and leaves. He's still that sturdy and tall tree trunk. When winter passes and spring comes, he'll once again flourish with leaves and become the benchmark and hope for countless people. Grandpa, this is an unfair battle. Fang Hui looked at Fang Yan with burning eyes and said, are you afraid? Grandpa, I'm not afraid. There is no fear in the martial arts spirit, only fear. I just don't like this kind of oppressive environment. I worry that he will harm my family. I worry that he will harm my friends. I even worry that he will harm my students. I'm not afraid of death, but I don't want to die. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm more afraid of the people I care about dying because of me. I'm your grandfather, so I have the right to speak. I'm not afraid to die. Your father also has the right to speak, and he is not afraid of death. Your mother, your family, your friends, they all have a say. None of us are afraid to die. Fang Hui looked at Fang Yan and asked, if you were given a second chance, would you still choose to do the same thing? Would he still choose to do that? If he could do it all over again, would he still push Lu Chaoga away from the speeding car? If he could do it all over again, would he still save Qin Yitian from the bomb attack? If he could do it all over again, would he still straighten his back and not give in to Jiang Junling? Yes, he would do it again. If he could do it all over again, while saving Lu Chaoga, he would also save the security guard of Sky 1, Lu Jinju. That way, his wife wouldn't be a widow, and his parents wouldn't lose their son. Most importantly, he would be able to see his son call him father, now that his heart of Tai Chi had entered the starlight realm, he believed that he had the ability to do it. If he could do it all over again, he would still save Qinitian from the bomb attack. Not only because she was a girl who admired him, but most importantly, she was his student. It was natural for a teacher to save a student. Not only would he save her, but he would also protect her with his own chest. He wouldn't let her get hurt, and he wouldn't let her use her thin body to block bullets for him. She was known for her intelligence, but she wasn't good at this kind of thing. If he could do it all over again, he would still raise his head and stick out his chest in front of Jiang Junling and not give in. If someone scolded him, he would scold him back. If someone slapped him, he would slap him back dozens of times. This was his spirit, his pride, and the code of conduct and ethics that he had adhered to since he was young. The biggest difference between him and Bai Xiu was that Bai Xiu could endure humiliation and let his face dry. But Fang Yan wouldn't. He wouldn't endure humiliation, because he believed that enduring would only bring him more humiliation. He wouldn't bear any weight, because too much weight would suppress his heart of Tai Chi. He wouldn't let the saliva on his face dry by itself, he would smear the other party's face with saliva. Some people scolded him for being a pervert, some said that he was despicable, and some even said that he was a bitch all the time. But, did he do anything wrong? If I could do it all over again, Fang Yan looked into Fang Hui's eyes and said firmly, I believe that I can do better. If you didn't do anything wrong, then it's someone else's fault, Fang Hui said with a serious expression. Would I blame my grandson for doing a few good things? Maybe other people's parents would do that, but our Fang family doesn't have such family rules and teachings. I know what to do now, Fang Yan said with a serious expression. Be brave, be fearless, and stick to your heart, Fang Hui said. What the heart thinks is what the person wants. Only in this way, the spirit of Tai Chi will not be extinguished, and the heart of Tai Chi will be eternal. The reason why you obtained your heart at such a young age is because you have been living freely all these years and never disobeyed the laws of heaven and humanity. If anyone is retaliated against because of this, I am willing to be a martyr on the path you seek. Fang Yan stood up and bowed deeply to Fang Hui. It's not because I'm kind and selfless, Fang Hui looked at Fang Yan, his old eyes filled with joy and said, it's because you are my grandson. That's all. Fang Yan had been sitting in the Yi family's hall for half an hour, but no one from the Yi family came out to entertain the guests. The maid of the Yi family, said that she would go in to report, but there was no more news. What's more infuriating is that you should at least pour a cup of tea for the guests before you leave, right? Fang Yan was not in a hurry. He knew that the Fang family and the Yi family had not been on good terms over the years, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they had a deep hatred. Because of Grandpa Fang's manipulation and instigation, every time Fang Yan and Yi Rou fought, it was like adding fuel to the fire in the hearts of the two families. If what Grandpa said was true, then the Fang family, or Fang Yan, did indeed owe the Yi family a huge favor. Most importantly, on the eve of his battle with the Japanese sword god Chiba, Yi Rou rushed thousands of miles to help. Although it was said that she was entrusted by the old drunkard, she still rushed to Huacheng and gave Fang Yan the greatest support with her own strength. Fang Yan was grateful to the Yi family, and even more grateful to Yi Rou. After parting in Huacheng, the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. Fang Yan really wanted to talk to Yi Rou. His Taiji heart had entered the starlight realm, how to develop in the future, which direction to cultivate in, these were all difficult problems for him to solve. Yi Rou was known as the #1 genius of the younger generation in the inner pugilistic world, and also a pioneer on the path of cultivation. She would definitely be able to give him a lot of suggestions and solutions. Clang clang clang, Fang Yan knew that this was the sound of shoes stepping on the floor. However, if someone didn't know better, they would definitely think that a big monster had come out from some deep forest to harm people. As expected, Yi Fengsheng, who looked the least like a member of the Yi family, walked out casually. He glanced at Fang Yan from the corner of his eyes and said while gritting his teeth, "You're here to see my cousin." Yi Fengsheng was the son of the second of the three tigers of the Yi family, Yi Daoxian, and also Yi Rou's cousin. The members of the Yi family all had excellent genes. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. However, when it came to Yi Fengsheng, the genes had mutated. Not only was he fat, but he was also ugly. Therefore, when he was young, everyone had been arguing over whether to call him Little Fatty or Little Clown. In the end, they even started fighting. Fang Yan was a firm supporter of Little Fatty because he felt that calling someone Little Clown was too insulting. He wouldn't do such a thing. Fang Yan pointed at the mountain-like pile of gifts on the table and said, "Do you think this is the style of someone looking for your cousin? Oh, 100-year-old ginseng, a big box of cordyceps, and a pair of deer ears, what's going on? Is your Fang family here to propose marriage? Even if you're here to propose marriage, it should be Elder Fang himself, right?" Yi Fengsheng flipped through the pile of gifts and said with a smile, "You're not qualified. Whether I'm qualified or not is not up to you to decide. Whether you're qualified to receive me is up to me to decide." Fang Yan stared at Yi Fengsheng with an unfriendly gaze and said, "I came to visit the elders of the Yi family, and they told you to receive me?" "No one told me to come out to receive you," Yi Fengsheng said. "Then why did you come out?" "I saw that you looked quite pitiful sitting here by yourself, so I came out to talk to you. What's going on?" "You don't want to?" Yi Fengsheng acted like he was about to leave and said, "If you don't want to, then I'm not going to keep you company. Today, I've asked Wang Jing and Li Xiaotian to take care of the sparrows. You sit here first, I'm going to get busy." "Wait," Fang Yan shouted. Only then did Yi Fengsheng sit back down with a proud expression and said, "You don't feel good being ignored by the Yi family, do you?" "I thought of it when I came here," Fang Yan said seriously. "Where's elder ancestor? Is she still in good health? I haven't seen her for a long time, at least let me kowtow to her when I see her, right?" The Yi family was a rare family of 4 generations living under the same roof. The elder ancestor was Yi Wenrou and Yi Fengsheng's great-grandmother, an old woman who had already lived for more than 100 years. Even now, the old woman's teeth were still very good, and her mind was quick. When the weather was good, she could still be seen looking around and walking around Swallow Dock. If Fang Yan could see her and please her, she could help put in a few words, and the grudge between the two families would be resolved. Fang Yan's trip would not be in vain. "You want to see our elder ancestor? Don't even think about it. On such a cold day, she doesn't plan to go out in the warm room, and no one dares to let her out." Yi Fengsheng mercilessly dispelled this idea of Fang Yan's. "Then I'll go to the warm room and kowtow to her," Fang Yan said. "The Yi family's warm room, it's not like I haven't been there before, ha ha ha." Yi Fengsheng pointed at Fang Yan and laughed, "You still dare to say you're not here to see my cousin?" Chapter 333. Fang Yan's eyes lit up and said, "Yi Rou is also in the warm pavilion? Isn't that obvious? The person the ancestor loves the most is my cousin. At this time, the ancestor is in the warm pavilion, so of course my cousin has to be in the warm pavilion." Yi Fengsheng looked at Fang Yan with disdain and said, "Don't tell me you want to pick up my cousin. I have to say, I really admire your courage. Competing every year, getting beaten every year, getting beaten every year, and still competing every year. You've been beaten by my cousin for so many years, aren't you afraid?" "I'm not afraid, I'm very grateful to her in my heart," Fang Yan said. Grandfather was right. If there wasn't a strong opponent like Yi Rou, if there wasn't the annual competition between the Yi and Fang families, if there wasn't the worry of being ridiculed and looked down upon, if there wasn't the fear of his face being disfigured and his legs being broken, Fang Yan wouldn't have been able to train as hard as he did before. It was also because of his stubbornness like a fool that he was able to achieve the martial arts he had today at such a young age. It was because he fought like a madman that he had the heart of Tai Chi that allowed people to enter a higher level of the martial arts world. It was also because of his meteoric rise that the pressure on the family due to his father's accident was greatly reduced. Because of his rapid growth, no matter who scolded his grandfather as a cripple or who scolded his father as trash, the Fang family only needed to refute with, "My grandson is stronger than you." The Yi family had given the Fang family too much, and the Fang family owed Yi Rou too much. Yi Fengsheng widened his eyes and looked at Fang Yan and said, Fang Yan, did my sister beat you, silly? What did you just say? You thanked my sister. Thanked my sister for beating you? I'm not silly. On the contrary, she beat me until I became smarter. Fang Yan said with a smile. The heart of Tai Chi indeed had the effect of improving the human body's functions and developing the brain's intelligence. With the heart of Tai Chi, Fang Yan was indeed smarter than before. He felt refreshed. Ordinary people would feel more clear-headed when they felt good. This was especially true for martial artists like Fang Yan, whose physical qualities were superior to ordinary people. Fang Yan, who did not have the heart of Taiji, was in the wonton stage. Most people were in the chaos stage. However, with the heart of Taiji, he had reached the realm of enlightenment. Yi Fengsheng's mouth was agape for a long time and he forgot to close it. He took a few gulps of cold air before he came to his senses. He stared at Fang Yan warily and said, Fang Yan, tell me, what do you want from us this time? Based on his understanding of Fang Yan, he was a fellow who refused to be taken advantage of, be it in words or actions. It would be like cutting a mosquito's leg if you tried to take advantage of him. Today, he gave gifts and expressed his gratitude. His attitude was so humble. What bad intentions did he have? Fang Yan looked at Yi Fengsheng helplessly and said, it's almost the new year, so I just wanted to visit the old man and have a chat with Yi Ruru. Pfft, Yi Fengsheng sneered again and said, you still want to chase after my sister. I'll say the same thing, you can't see my sister. No one in the Yi clan will object to you, except for me. Fang Yan looked at Yi Fengsheng and said tenderly, Fengsheng, are we good friends? Yi Fengsheng's hair suddenly stood up. He stared at Fang Yan carefully and said, you used to call me little fatty. Friend? Forget it, I guess. What do you want? I want to talk to your family. Can you help me tell them? It's useless. No one wants to object. If you wanted to see them, you would have seen them already. Why did you have to wait here for so long? Then why are you taking me to the warm pavilion? Would I dare to take you to the warm pavilion without the ancestors' permission? Would I still want to live? As a friend, are you going to watch me come here for nothing? Are you not willing to help me with anything? I'm willing to close my eyes for you. Yi Fengsheng said. After saying this joke that he thought was very funny, he noticed that Fang Yan was looking at him with a playful gaze. Yi Fengsheng's heart jumped again and said, Little Fang, don't look at me like that. I feel like you see me as a prey in your cage. You know, I can't help you with anything. Who told me to speak so lightly in the Yi clan? You can obviously help. Fang Yan said. How? I owe you a favor. Fang Yan said. Yi Fengsheng, this big fatso who weighed almost 200 pounds, suddenly jumped up from the rosewood chair and ran out of the hall without looking back. His two fat legs spun in the air, as if he was performing some kind of magical footwork. He was indeed using the Yi clan's colorful fallen leaves, which was also a great footwork technique in the inner Jianghu. It wasn't ranked below the Fang clan's plum blossom steps. Moreover, the name of the other's footwork was better and sounded more pretentious. Colorful fallen leaves had the surname Yi in it, but the plum blossom steps didn't have the word Fang in it. However, he was still one step too slow. As soon as he jumped, Fang Yan had already started his attack. He used autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves to slow down Yi Fengsheng's escape, then he attacked Yi Fengsheng from behind like a hungry tiger. Yi Fengsheng, I brought a gift as a guest, what right do you have to insult me? Fang Yan kicked Yi Fengsheng's butt. Yi Fengsheng, you despicable person, you dare to hurt people. Don't think that just because this is the Yi clan, I'm afraid of you. Fang Yan's fist landed on Yi Fengsheng's back, causing him to stumble forward and then fall headfirst into the courtyard's snowy ground. Yi Fengsheng, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll fight you to the death. When Fang Yan was about to step on Yi Fengsheng's back, he felt that this action was a bit too much, so he quickly lay down beside Yi Fengsheng and punched him in the back. Yi Fengsheng's mouth was filled with ice and snow, and he cried out in pain. Fang Yan hugged Yi Fengsheng's fat body and punched him in the chest again and again. He shouted hoarsely, "Yi Fengsheng, you must give me an explanation today. Your Yi clan must give me an explanation." When Fang Yan was satisfied, a thunderous shout exploded, "Stop!" Fang Yan really stopped. Yi Fengsheng, who had broken free, punched Fang Yan in the chest, then pressed his fat body onto Fang Yan's body and grabbed his neck. He shouted, "Fang Yan, I'm going to kill you today." "Pull him away," Yi Daowen said with a frown. Thus, the servants behind him rushed over and pulled Yi Fengsheng away from Fang Yan's body. Fang Yan crawled up from the ground, brushed off the ice and snow on his body, and smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes. He glared at Yi Daowen and said, "Is this how your Yi clan treats its guests? I came to visit with a generous gift, but you refused to see me, not even giving me a cup of hot tea." Fang Yan pointed at Yi Fengsheng and sneered, "Letting a despicable person come and mock me, and then attack me. Is this how your Yi clan treats its guests? Is this how your Yi clan treats its guests? Am I wrong? Aren't you a coward? Running away from home and refusing to fight? Everyone in Swallow Dock told you to run away, so why can't I? How about I hit you? Are you asking for it? You want to flirt with my cousin? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You dare to insult me? I'll fight you to the death today. Who's afraid of who? When have the men of the Yi clan been afraid of anyone? Shut up!" Yi Daowen roared again. "Are you two done with your acting?" Fang Yan looked at Yi Daowen with a surprised expression and said, "Uncle Yi, you saw through it? Who can you fool with such insignificant tricks?" Yi Daowen sneered. Fang Yan looked at Yi Fengsheng with resentment in his eyes and said, "Fengsheng, I told you that your trick of injuring yourself to gain the confidence of others won't work. Such a small trick might work on Li Shaotian and the others, but trying to trick a dragon among men like Uncle Yi is like playing with a big knife in front of Guan Yu, seeking death." Yi Fengsheng felt suffocated in his chest, and something filled his eyes. He said, "Haven't you achieved your goal? Uncle is coming out." Yi Daowen looked at Yi Fengsheng, then looked at Fang Yan. He snorted coldly and said, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Fang Yan stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Yi Daowen, and said, "Uncle Yi, I've let you laugh at me. Fengsheng is my best friend, and he made this suggestion for my sake. Although it's a bit stupid, it's all for my own good. If Uncle Yi wants to blame someone, then blame me." Yi Fengsheng's face was ashen. This Fang Ran wasn't like this before. How could he be so shameless? His kung fu had improved greatly after this trip, and even his face had become thicker. Yi Daowen's expression became a bit better. He looked at the young man in front of him and said, "Fang Yan, you guys forced us to come out with this martial act. Now that I'm out, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yi Daowen felt a bit emotional. He was too familiar with this Fang Yan in front of him. There were dozens of children in Swallow Dock who were similar in age to Fang Yan, but Fang Yan was undoubtedly the most special one. And because Fang Yan and his daughter Yi Ro competed in martial arts every year, he understood Fang Yan even more comprehensively. The Fang family's martial arts genius, the leader of Swallow Dock's younger generation, the youngest Dao comprehender in the domain of Tai Chi given time, his achievements would be limitless. However, because of his independence, because of his various shameless and outrageous actions, his character was questioned. You might not like such a young man, but you couldn't ignore him. Because his name would always appear in your ears, and his figure would always appear in front of your eyes. It couldn't be erased, and it couldn't be expelled. Yi Daowen asked this question so formally, but Fang Yan didn't know how to answer. After a long silence, he said seriously, "I'm here to find Yi Ro." Chapter 334. The snow stopped for the moment, but it was still cold. Everyone standing in the courtyard felt the cold wind blowing into their necks. Their clothes and skin seemed to be separated into two different extremes, with no intention of warming each other. Logically speaking, whether it was Yi Daowen, Fang Yan, Yi Fengsheng, or the Yi family's servants, everyone here practiced martial arts and had strong resistance to the cold. There was no reason for them to feel so cold. However, after hearing Fang Yan say, "I'm here to see Yi Rou," they suddenly felt that the cold was hard to resist. Yi Fengsheng quickly signaled to Fang Yan with his eyes and said, "Didn't you say you were going to kowtow to our ancestor? Do you think our ancestor will see you? Hurry up and go back. It's snowing heavily right now, and our ancestor won't see outsiders." Yi Dawen frowned slightly. His sharp eyes swept across Fang Yan's face, and he didn't say anything for a long time. This arrogant and conceited guy said he was here to see his daughter in front of his father. Isn't he afraid that I'll beat him to death and bury him in the courtyard as fertilizer? What's his relationship with Yi Rou? Did something unpredictable happen in Yi Rou's trip to the City of Flowers? Fang Yan looked at Yi Xingxing gratefully and said, "I originally wanted to say that I'm here to thank the Yi family, but I know that it would be more solemn and respectful if Grandpa said it. In Uncle Ye's eyes, I'm still a child, just a junior. I do want to kowtow to the ancestor. After going out for so long, it's natural for me to kowtow and say some blessings to the old man after coming back. It's also a courtesy that a junior should perform. However, I came to the Yi family to see Yi Rou. I didn't come to challenge her, nor did I come to fight her. We've been fighting for more than 10 years, and I've also been beaten by her for more than 10 years. I just want to say thank you. I really am very grateful to her." Fang Yan chose to tell the truth. Fang Yan was a smart person, so he knew from a young age that it was best to be frank and direct when talking to smart people. Most importantly, do not think that you are the smartest person in the world, because you do not know who is smarter than you. He didn't think that Yi Dawen was more stupid than him, so he didn't dare to lie in the slightest. If he said that he was here to thank the Yi clan for their kindness, then Yi Dawen would have waved his hand and sent him back. He couldn't see Yi Rou at all. Why? Yi Dawen's brows knit together, and the worry in his heart grew even stronger. His daughter was at the most critical stage of her life, and he did not want to be affected by a love entanglement with a young boy. Most importantly, he didn't want that person to be Fang Yan. Fang Yan looked at Yi Dawen with a calm expression. There was no inferiority complex, no shame, no complacency, and no embarrassment. His expression was calm, his eyes pure, as if this matter was reasonable. A person who is willing to continuously beat his defeated opponent for 10 years, Fang Yan said with a smile. I don't think it's easy. It's also something to remember and be grateful for. Yi Dawen's brows relaxed, and a rare smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Do you understand?" "I understand." Fang Yan said. The Fang clan has produced an amazing talent. Yi Dawen said with emotion. He turned around to look at Yi Fengsheng, and said, "Go to the warm pavilion and ask the ancestor if she is willing to let the Fang clan's boy go in and kowtow to her." Yi Dawen glanced at Fang Yan, then turned around and left. Yi Fengsheng quickly walked in front of Fang Yan, punched Fang Yan's chest, and scolded, "You bastard, I was almost beaten to death by you just now. Didn't I also lie still and let you punch me a few times to vent your anger?" Fang Yan said with a smile. "At least you still have some conscience. This was clearly your plan, why did you put it on me? What do you mean by stupid? Would I come up with such a stupid plan?" Yi Fengsheng said in annoyance. "It's also to increase credibility. Besides, if I said I came up with this plan, what would Uncle Yi think of me? He would think you're a despicable person." Yi Fengsheng said. "If you say I came up with this plan, what would he think of me? He would think that there's something wrong with your IQ. But it shouldn't be because of your character. So you're more suitable than me to take this blame." Yi Fengsheng rubbed the sore part of his face and angrily said, "Are we really good friends? Why do I feel like I'm the one who treats you as a friend, but you don't treat me as a friend at all? If I didn't treat you as a good friend, would I trick you?" Fang Yan softly comforted, "Of course not. Those who aren't my good friends don't have the right to be tricked by me. You tricked Bai Xiu. You tricked Bai Li Lu. You tricked Lu Jing. You tricked Li Xiaotian. Don't tell me you treat them as good friends. Everything has two sides, you're different from them, Fang Yan hurriedly explained. You're the fatso with the most sense of justice in my heart. Yi Fengxing sighed and said, wait here, I'll go to the warm pavilion and ask for you. Wait! Fang Yan shouted. He ran to the living room and took out the large pile of gifts from the table, stuffed them all into Yi Fengxing's arms, and said, tell the ancestor, just say that this is my filial gift to her, be more subtle, don't say it too bluntly, it's like we're showing off. Yi Fengxing helplessly shook his head and said, how could she refuse you like this? Then don't refuse, Fang Yan said with a smile. The warm pavilion was very large, made up of several connected rooms. There was a fire dragon burning under the room, so the room was as warm as spring, very comfortable. And because the ground heating was very dry, there were many green plants planted on the left and right sides of the main room. Red peppers, green cucumbers, and a ground full of big watermelons, looking red and green alternating, growing delightfully. In one of the rooms, an old lady was picking cucumbers on her toes. Yi Rou was carrying a small basket next to her, the basket was already half full of tender cucumbers. Wash them with snow water, take a bite, or mix them with sauce, they were all excellent dishes to go with wine. The maid, was standing on the side, chattering, reporting what she had just seen to the ancestor and the eldest Mississippi. Originally, no one paid attention to him. I also thought he would feel bored after a while and leave by himself. I didn't expect young Master Fengxing to leave. Young Master Fengxing chatted with him for a while. I don't know what they said, but Fang Paopai and young Master Fengxing started to fight. It seems that young Master Fengxing insulted him, and also scolded him. Isn't he Fang Paopai? People in Swallow Dock all call him that. Later, the eldest master came out. He asked Sichuan and Yiming to separate them, and now he is talking with Fang Paopai. I saw Fang Paopai glanced at me, and then he ran away quickly. The ancestor picked a cucumber with a small flower and put it in the basket, glanced at Yi Rou who was carrying the basket, and said, in order to force his grandson to work hard, Grandpa provoked our Yi family for 10 years. Since you defeated him for the first time, your father and the others were ready to ignore this matter, but you couldn't stand the provocation, so you competed with him for 10 years. In this way, you got yourself a bad reputation of barbarism and violence, but you were still entangled with the Fang family and couldn't get away. When people talked about the Yi family, they would inevitably mention the Fang family. When the Fang family was mentioned, they would inevitably mention our Yi family. The competition between you two every year became an interesting story outside. Because of this, your father and his two brothers were very angry. Why did they entangle with the Fang family for no reason? Yi Rou opened her mouth slightly, but she didn't say anything in the end. She didn't like to explain. The ancestor didn't need her to explain. She quietly carried the basket with an indifferent expression and lowered her eyelids. The white snow outside the window reflected her snow-white cheeks, making her whole body covered with a layer of white light. She was like the white plum tree in the yard, which was still silently blooming in the wind and snow. From a distance, it was a tree of snowflakes, but when you walked closer, you would find that there were one or two countless white flowers blooming on the pitch-black branches. They were as white as the snow, but the snow lost the fragrance of the yard. Whoever planted the crops, who harvested the millet. Whoever planted the seedlings, who picked the melons and fruits. If you had stopped after winning the first competition 10 years ago, there wouldn't have been such a thing later. Since you have been fighting with him for 10 years, it is also fate, and you have to end these things by yourself. The old lady's hair was thin and silver, like the fishing line used for fishing. Her skin was dry without any moisture, but the smile on her face was warm and peaceful. She had lived for 100 years, been exposed to wind and rain for 100 years, and witnessed the changes of the world for 100 years. Her eyes were sharper than everyone else's, and she was more accurate in judging people. Yi Rou still didn't speak. Dong, 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 Yi Fengxing trembled as he walked in. Seeing the ancestor who was picking cucumbers, he carried a large pile of gifts and ran over, saying, "Ancestor, Fang Yan went out for a trip, and today he came to visit, saying that he wants to kowtow to you. He used his chin to point at the gifts in his arms and said, "These are all sent by him, saying that they are gifts for the ancestor. Eldest uncle told me to ask the ancestor, do you want him to go into the warm pavilion and kowtow to you?" After saying that, he handed the gifts to Shi beside him, and then waited expectantly for the ancestor's reply. The ancestor picked another cucumber and held it in her hand. She used her rough palm to stroke the fine thorns on the cucumber, then turned to look at Yi Ro and said, "Whether to see him or not, it is up to you to decide." Chapter 335. Yi Fengshen glanced at Fang Yan as he led the way. Fang Yan grew impatient and said, "What are you trying to say? What's your relationship with my sister?" Yi Fengshen asked in confusion. When the ancestor asked Yi Ro if she wanted to see Fang Yan, Yi Ro said, "I beat him up for 10 years. It's too easy for him to come here and kowtow to me." Although her words were belittling to Fang Yan, she still asked the ancestor to see Fang Yan. This question confused Fang Yan. What was his relationship with Yi Ro? Friends? Not really. She used to be the person he hated the most. If Yi Ro was the second most hated person in his heart, then no one could be the first. Of course, with the addition of the general's order, he firmly occupied the first position, which was as stable as Mount Tai. He wouldn't be shaken in a short time. Enemy? It wasn't appropriate to say that. Fang Yan knew she wasn't his enemy. Which enemy would risk their life to save the other when they were in danger? Strangers? No, Yi Ro was definitely the person and woman Fang Yan was most familiar with in the world. Fang Yan hesitated for a long time and said with certainty, "Comrades. We are comrades." Comrades? Yi Fengshen opened his mouth and said, "What comrades? Why do I feel like you're up to no good?" Slap. Fang Yan slapped Yi Fengshen's fat head. Because his head was too big and his neck was too thick, he couldn't dodge Fang Yan's attack at all. Fang Yan was so angry that his face turned purple and his body trembled. He said, "Don't insult the pure friendship between me and your sister." Yi Fengshen was furious and said, "You already said we're comrades. How can it be pure friendship?" Yi Fengshen. A cold voice was heard. Yi Fengshen heard the familiar voice. His face twisted and his fat twitched. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to turn his head. He knew he was tricked by Fang Yan again. He clearly saw his cousin in front of him, but he still tried to tempt her to say such words. "Let me tell you, Fang Yan. You can insult me, but you can't insult my sister. Otherwise, as your brother, I won't let you off." Yi Fengshen pretended that he didn't hear what Fang Yan said and threatened Fang Yan with a flushed face. After saying this, he turned to look at Yi Ro and said with a surprised expression, "Sister, why did you come out? Hurry inside, it's cold outside." Yi Ro didn't respond. She just looked at Fang Yan indifferently. Fang Yan also looked at Yi Ro. Their eyes met and fought. In a world of ice and snow, everything was white. The ice spines hung upside down, and the well water froze. The snow under his feet was like a white carpet, and the snow in the sky was like flying cotton. A white plum tree quietly bloomed. The white flowers could not be seen, but one could smell the fragrance that filled the courtyard. One was a handsome young man, and the other was a beautiful girl. A great battle could break out at any moment, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Fang Yan threw a, "I haven't seen your eyes for a long time," but it was sent flying by Yi Ro's, "I hate your eyes when I see you." Fang Yan didn't give up and used, "Beautiful eyes," again. Yi Ro was furious and directly used, "Get out of here eyes," to cut him into pieces. Fang Yan didn't want to be outdone. He used his ultimate skill, "How will I live without you," and silently sent it over. Yi Ro used, "Go to hell eyes, blind your dog eyes, you despicable, dirty, shameless bastard eyes," and other killer moves, but still couldn't defeat Fang Yan's ultimate skill. This round, Fang Yan won. Yi Fengshen looked at Fang Yan, then looked at Yi Ro and asked with confusion, "What are you two doing?" Fang Yan glanced at him with disdain and didn't waste time to explain anything to him. His level was too low, so he didn't know that an earth-shattering battle had just happened in front of him. Fang Yan looked at Yi Ro and said, "You came to pick me up?" Yi Ro's expression was slightly stiff. She didn't know how to answer his question. She did come out to welcome Fang Yan. Fang Yan came to kowtow to the ancestor with generous gifts. The ancestor didn't need to come out to welcome him, but as a junior, she had to come out to show her acceptance and gratitude. However, Fang Yan said, "Receive," instead of "welcome." If she nodded, it would feel like a little wife coming to take her husband home. Fang Yan strode toward Yi Ro and said with a smile, "We're family, no need to be so polite." "Long time no see, how are you?" "I'm fine," Yi Ro said. "As long as you're fine," Fang Yan said. "I have a lot to say to you, a lot of questions to ask." Yi Ro blushed, then instantly returned to her original indifference. She was annoyed and thought, "What's wrong with this guy? This is the Yi clan, how dare he say something like this? Isn't he afraid that the Yi clan will beat him to death and bury him as fertilizer for the flowers?" She clenched and unclenched her fists, feeling a little uneasy. In the past, she didn't know what uneasiness was because there was nothing worth her uneasiness. However, at that moment, she understood. "I'll go kowtow to the ancestor first, then we'll go for a walk," Fang Yan said. "Shihezi is frozen, let's go skating, okay?" Fang Yan knew she wouldn't agree, but she didn't refuse. Yi Fengsheng's eyes widened, looking at Fang Yan as if he had seen a ghost. "My cousin beat up Fang Yan like that, and he still wants to hit on my cousin? Didn't he see that my cousin's face was red with anger? Didn't he know that my cousin's fists were clenched?" Fang Yan glanced at Yi Fengsheng and said, "Fengsheng, let's go kowtow to the ancestor." "Ah. Okay." Yi Fengsheng finally reacted and carefully looked at his cousin. Then, he took Fang Yan around where his cousin was standing and went into the pavilion to kowtow to the ancestor. Fang Yan saw the white-haired old man sitting on the pit eating cucumber and fell to his knees. After kowtowing 3 times, he got up and said, "Ancestor, Fang Yan kowtows to you. Your complexion is getting better and younger than the last time I saw you. Ancestor should be 80 years old this year, right?" "Kacha." The ancestor took a bite of cucumber and chewed it with the 2 remaining teeth in her mouth. She looked at Fang Yan and said, "The Fang clan's boy is thoughtful, but his flattery isn't good. If I was only 80 years old, would Wenro's grandfather call me sister or mother?" Puff. Yi Ro, who was standing beside the ancestor, couldn't help laughing. She originally wanted to endure it, but she really couldn't. A beauty's smile was like a flower, and all flowers were colorless. It was the first time that Fang Yan saw Yi Ro smile, so happily and joyfully. She tried hard to control it, but she couldn't. That embarrassed and angry expression added a touch of cuteness to her. At this moment, Yi Ro was really cute. Thus, for the first time, Fang Yan found Yi Ro quite cute. Fang Yan looked at Yi Ro with a dull expression, and the others also looked at Fang Yan with dull expressions. This guy, didn't he know what restraint was? Yi Fengsheng snorted twice and reminded, "Fang Yan, the ancestor is asking you." He somewhat regretted bringing Fang Yan to see the ancestor. The ancestor usually treasured his cousin the most. If she saw Fang Yan's perverted appearance, she only needed to complain, and it was estimated that Fang Yan and the Fang clan would not be able to enter the Yi clan in the future. If he wanted to pick up girls, he could do it anywhere. Why did he come to the house? Ask me what? Fang Yan turned around and asked blankly. Thus, this time, not only Yi Ro was laughing, but even the ancestor was laughing from ear to ear. Sheer, who was sitting by the bed and massaging the ancestor's legs, also laughed, and Yi Fengsheng laughed so hard that his eyes couldn't be found. The ancestor pointed at Fang Yan, panted and said, "You hairy monkey, you just came to make me laugh, right?" Fang Yan also laughed and said, "When you laugh, you look 10 years younger. When you laugh like this, you look 10 years younger, now you are only 70 years old. Make it up. You can continue to make up stories." The old ancestor couldn't eat the cucumber anymore and said with a smile. Fang Yan had a troubled expression and said, "Ancestor, I really can't make it up anymore. You look like 70 years old. If I make it up again, then I'll be lying to you." The entire room was filled with laughter. Fang Yan was basically a crosstalk actor brought back by Monkey Sunday. After everyone laughed for a while, the ancestor looked at Fang Yan and said, "I heard you went to Huaqing to be a teacher." "Yes, ancestor," Fang Yan nodded. "Being a teacher is a serious matter. Teaching and dispelling doubts is a great merit," the ancestor said. "I've never thought about merit, I just like being a teacher. I'm very happy when I'm with my students, I like their innocent smiles, when I'm with them, I don't have any worries, every day is very fulfilling," Fang Yan said in a very noble manner. The ancestor was stunned for a while, then said, "I originally thought of a few words to praise you, but after you said that, I can't even say those words. All right, you've kowtowed, you've said everything you need to say, go do what you need to do, then I won't disturb ancestor from eating the cucumber," Fang Yan said with a smile. He walked in front of Yi Rou and said, "Let's go ice skating." Yi Rou looked at Fang Yan and didn't respond. "This bastard son of a bitch. Is this how you invite people? You're saying this in front of the ancestor, how can I say yes? Didn't we agree just now?" Fang Yan was anxious. "I really have a lot of things I want to say to you, a lot of questions I want to ask you," the ancestor looked at Fang Yan in surprise. "Why does it feel like he's about to confess?" Yi Rou clenched her fist and said angrily, "What do you want to say? Say it here." "That won't do," Fang Yan refused. "These words can only be said to you alone." Chapter 336. Shihizi was a river. Fang Yan didn't know why it was called this way. Maybe it was because the name was so common that no one even made up a suitable fairy or ghost story for her. There were many stones in Shihizi, and there were strange stones on both sides of the river. The river was frozen, and the ice was very thick. Several urchins were skating on the river bank. They were playing at an advanced level. Throw a smooth wooden board on the ice, and one person squatted on the board. On each side, a child pulled the child squatting on the board and ran forward. After running for a while, they suddenly flung the child's hand forward, and the wooden board rushed forward with a swooshed sound. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. There were also two little girls riding bicycles on the ice. Riding a bicycle was more advanced than skating on a board, and it was more difficult. However, the two children were obviously experts. They dashed left and right and made difficult movements from time to time, laughing proudly like silver bells. Fang Yan and Yi Rou took a stroll by the stone river. The cold wind was biting cold, and the fine snowflakes were fluttering in the air. Their shoes made a crunching sound as they stepped on the snow. Every step they took didn't even reach their knees. The snow came very early today, and it was very heavy. Fang Yan pointed at the urchins on the river and said, "Shall we go skating too?" Yi Rou didn't answer. "This idiot wants me to skate with a group of children. Let's go for a walk." Fang Yan also didn't think this suggestion was very good. What's the matter with the two of us running into a group of children? They were all famous people now. Yi Rou was the number one among the young generation in the inner world, and he was tied for the number one with her. When the group of children saw Fang Yan, they actually shouted in unison. "Run Fang, look, it's Run Fang, you're back again, Run Fang, are you going to skate again this time?" "These children," Fang Yan said with a smile. No. Yi Rou didn't respond. Instead, she looked at those children with interest and smiled, as if it was a very happy thing for them to laugh at Fang Yan. "Fang Yan, how dare you be with Sister Rou Ruru, aren't you afraid that Sister Rou Ruru will hit you again?" The little girl on the bicycle stopped her bike and shouted at Fang Yan with one foot on the ground. Fang Yan was infuriated. Even these brats dared to bully him. He bent down and picked up a handful of snow from the ground. Then, he squeezed the snow into a snowball and threw it at the little girl with 2 pigtails. Pa! Fang Yan's aim was excellent, the snowball just fell on the little girl's head. The little girl screamed and cursed, ran Fang, how dare you hit me, she threw the bike on the ice, then rushed over to grab a snowball and threw it at Fang Yan. When the other children saw that there was a more fun game, they immediately joined in. So, a group of children chased after Fang Yan and smashed at him. Fang Yan fought back and ran away with his head in his hands. From time to time, the children's laughter and the screams of someone who was hit by a snowball could be heard. The group of people had a lot of fun. Yi Rou stood in place and didn't join in the fight. She had a gentle and indifferent smile on her face, like a mother watching her children play with each other. Pa! A snowball hit Yi Rou's face. Yi Rou was furious and looked around for the culprit. The little girl with pigtails pointed at Fang Yan, indicating that he was the one who hit her. Yi Rou bent down and picked up a snowball. She aimed at the back of Fang Yan's head and threw it at him. Pa! Fang Yan's head was hit. Fang Yan had been guarding in front and didn't expect a sneak attack from behind. He turned around and saw Yi Rou bending down to pick up a second snowball. He hurriedly shouted, Yi Rou, how can you sneak attack? You hit me first. Yi Rou threw a snowball at Fang Yan. The children's snowballs were easy to dodge, but Yi Rou's snowballs seemed to have eyes and couldn't be avoided. 2 snowballs hit him in a row and Fang Yan cried out in pain. When did I hit you? Yi Rou, are you sure you're not mistaken? Fang Yan shouted as he fought back. Yi Rou really couldn't be sure if it was Fang Yan who hit her. She had been thinking about something. Although her eyes were focused on the fight, she didn't notice the surrounding scene. She looked at the little girl with pigtails again. The little girl, Fang Menjing, said in a crisp voice, Sister Rou, it was Fang Yan who hit you, I saw it. Yi Rou nodded and threw the 3rd snowball in her hand without hesitation. Because of Yi Rou's participation, the children who were at a disadvantage suddenly became the victors. Fang Yan was busy dodging Yi Rou's attacks or fighting back, but the children's snowballs flew toward him. The fight ended. Fang Yan was covered in wounds and became the biggest loser. As he shook the snow off his neck, he shouted at the girl with pigtails, Fang Menjing, come over here and tell me clearly, who hit Yi Rou? It's you, it's you. Fang Menjing giggled. Anyway, we all saw it, it was you, you're my cousin, Fang Yan said. Fang Menjing was his aunt's daughter and also his cousin. Because the person his aunt married also had the surname Fang, her surname still followed their surname. But I can't lie, Fang Menjing said. She waved at her friends and said, let's go skating. And so, the group of children once again rushed toward the river. Fang Yan looked helplessly at Yi Rou and said, it really wasn't me who hit you. They wronged me. I know, Yi Rou said expressionlessly. But her current expressionless face was different from before. Before, her expressionless face gave people a feeling of coldness. Now, her expressionless face gave people a feeling of joy. She didn't smile on her face, but Fang Yan felt that she must be smiling in her heart. You knew. Fang Yan had a face of astonishment. You knew and you still hit me so hard. Those children and you, Yi Rou said. It's easier to hit you. It's easier to hit me. You can't bully me like this, right? Yi Rou started walking again. She wore a white casual outfit. Her clothes were thin, but she didn't feel cold at all. Her short hair flew in the wind and slapped against her face, making her look beautiful and sorrowful. What do you want to say to me? Yi Rou asked casually. Fang Yan walked to the side of Yi Rou. No matter where, a man should always stand to the side of a woman. You left in a hurry last time, so I didn't even have a chance to treat you to a meal. To be honest, I didn't expect you to go to Huacheng. I didn't even think that someone would go there. I was ready to face this challenge alone. I can't say that I was ready. It's just that I had escaped once at that time, so I couldn't escape again no matter what. I would either die standing or die fighting. I felt that I should pluck up my courage for once. At that time, I was giving a big class to the students. My class was good and the students liked it, so the principal forced me to give a big class to the students twice a week. The day you went there was the first time I gave a big class to the students. Fang Yan talked endlessly, talking about whatever came to his mind. It was like two best friends chatting about their daily lives, or a couple reuniting after a long separation. When you suddenly walked in, my mind went blank. I forgot what I said before, and I didn't know what to say next. You don't know what happened later. After you left, many people went to look for you. There were also many boys who regarded you as their crush, and they gave you the nickname, Queen in Black. Yi Rou glanced at Fang Yan and didn't answer, waiting for him to continue. The two idiots, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, thought that I would be no match for the Chiba army, so they came up with such a stupid way to expel the Chiba army. They didn't know that even if they succeeded, we would still lose the battle. It was even worse than when I was beaten up by the Chiba army in person. I didn't expect that you would also appear that night. If you hadn't shown up, I'm afraid that Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan would have suffered a great loss. They were afraid of you, but they liked you more. I showed up because I wanted to, Yi Rou said. No one said that I couldn't challenge the Chiba army. And no one said that I couldn't challenge the Chiba army before your final battle. I just happened to meet those two idiots. I know. Fang Yan nodded repeatedly. I know you won't admit that you actually care about me, and I can pretend that I don't understand. Don't mess with me. Yi Rou stared at Fang Yan and said. I didn't mess with you, Fang Yan said seriously. I used to mess with you a lot, but that's because I hated you. I hated that you were too powerful, I hated that you were merciless, and I hated that you made me lose every time we competed. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for beating me up for 10 years and forcing me to improve. Thank you for allowing me to possess the heart of Taiji. Thank you for coming all the way to Huaqing to help me. Thank you even more, for making the Fang family different from before. Yi Rou was silent and didn't speak. What's wrong? Fang Yan looked at Yi Rou and asked. He felt that her expression was very strange. Shouldn't she say something when he thanked her so deeply and sincerely? Fang Yan, Yi Rou said softly. It seemed that she had finally made up her mind. Okay, Fang Yan replied happily. Go on, Yi Rou said. What? I'm not used to you being like this, Yi Rou said. Chapter 337. Yi Rou's expression was very serious, as if she was talking about the fact that she was a woman. It proved that she was not joking. Fang Yan's change really troubled her. She thought he was good before. Fang Yan habitually acted lowly, and she habitually beat up the lowly Fang Yan. Then, a matter was perfectly resolved through the interaction between the two of them. Fang Yan suddenly stopped being cheap and started to express his feelings. She didn't know how to communicate with him. However, they still needed to communicate. If they didn't say or do anything, wouldn't that be too disrespectful? She was not a person who liked to change. The winter wind blew, the snowflakes drifted, the birds flew over, and countless horses ran by. Fang Yan trembled in the wind for a long time, and then he said in a hoarse voice, I'm not very good at what you said. Well, Yi Rou thought for a while and said, you were good before. Good. Then why did you beat me? Except beating you, Yi Rou felt embarrassed to answer such a question, because the truth was actually very hurtful. I don't know what I should do. Fang Yan used to think that he was the one who ended the conversation. But after meeting Yi Rou, he realized that there was a big gap between him and Yi Rou. Then, there was a long silence. Fang Yan didn't know what to say to Yi Rou, and Yi Rou certainly wouldn't take the initiative to talk to Fang Yan. Crack, crack, their shoes stepped on the snow, making a clear and melodious sound. Behind them, there were two lines of footprints of different sizes on the white mirror-like snow. The footprints were very long, extending to the end of their sight. Just when the two of them started counting their steps out of boredom, Fang Yan's nostrils suddenly caught a whiff of a strange fragrance. He sniffed greedily and finally confirmed the source of the smell. Fang Yan looked at Yi Ro and said, I wanted to treat you to a meal, but I never had the chance. How about I treat you to lunch today? Lunch? Yi Ro looked at Fang Yan hesitantly. She wasn't sure if she should follow Fang Yan back to his house for a meal. If she agreed, the meaning would be too much for onlookers to interpret. The people in her family must be going crazy, right? Although she didn't care much about it, it was still not good for the Fang family. Follow me, Fang Yan said with a smile. He wanted to hold Yi Ro's hand, because the male lead in the TV series always liked to hold the female lead's hand and run forward when he wanted to take her somewhere. Why did he have to run? Because when they ran, they could conveniently hold each other's hands. If they were just walking, it would be hard to hide their shameless behavior, right? However, he couldn't stretch his hand out no matter how hard he tried. Should I give you my hand? Yi Ro asked coldly. Ah, of course not, Fang Yan said. He was a little disappointed. How could he be found out about his psychological activities? Fang Yan didn't take Yi Ro back to the Fang family for a meal because he knew what it meant. Besides, he knew that if he made such a request, Yi Ro would definitely refuse. Fang Yan had a very sensitive nose. He sniffed the fragrance in the wind and searched all the way. Sure enough, he found a stone house in the hollow at the end of Shihizi. In fact, it wasn't a stone house at all. It was just a stone wall about 1 meter high built by some broken stones. It was surrounded on 3 sides, and one side was empty. There was no roof on the wall, so the snowflakes could fall in freely. When Fang Yan walked over with Yi Ro, he saw several people lying on the edge of the stone house with their butts up. They didn't know what they were doing sneakily and they laughed like wolves from time to time. Hearing the footsteps behind him, a young man wearing a leather hat looked back, and then his expression became weird. The others felt something was wrong. They looked back together and looked at the 2 uninvited guests with the same surprised expression. Did we come at the right time? Fang Yan asked with a smile. Run Fang, why are you here? Li Xiaotian, wearing a leather hat, stood up with a black ball of mud in his hand. I smelled it, Fang Yan said. He strode over and grabbed the mud ball from Li Xiaotian's hand, saying, Are you all full? Give this to me. I have to treat you at noon, you're treating us with this. Zhu Zaidan looked at Fang Yan in surprise and then looked at Yi Ro who was standing behind Fang Yan. Although Yi Ro was also a member of Swallow Dock, she was not the same kind of person as them. It was not only because of the Yi family's prestige, but also because Yi Ro was a genius girl. Genius girls were always lonely. No one wanted to be friends with her, so she enjoyed herself and never joined anyone's circle. As a result, everyone in Swallow Dock knew Yi Ro's name. They respected her, feared her, and even worshipped her, but no one wanted to be friends with her. Everyone thought that a person like her didn't need friends. However, if Yi Ro agreed to accept someone's invitation, then any young man of the right age in Swallow Dock would have to dress up, book a private room on the first floor of Yanjing, or invite the top chef of Swallow Dock, Madame Hua, to prepare a feast. How could they be so casual? This is good. It's natural. Fang Yan said with a smile. He knocked open the mud ball and took out a small round ball wrapped in lotus leaves. Before the lotus leaves were opened, a rich fragrance of meat and lotus wafted out. When Fang Yan peeled off the outer layer of lotus leaves, a bird with its feathers plucked appeared in front of everyone. Its skin and flesh were yellow, smooth and tender. It was not scorched or tough, just right. Steam rose from the bird's body, and the steam was also fragrant, arousing people's appetite. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva secretly. Fang Yan kicked Li Xiaotian again and said, Where's the material? You must have prepared it. Give it to me. Li Xiaotian had no choice but to hand over a glass jar in the stone house. Inside the glass jar was the chili sauce made by Grandma Wang. It was spicy and fragrant. A little bit of it could make people sweat and shout with satisfaction. It was a must for barbecue, and Fang Yen and the others had eaten it many times before. Fang Yen unscrewed the glass jar, dipped the brush into the chili sauce, and smeared the whole body of the bird in his hand. After completing the whole process, Fang Yen handed the bird on the lotus leaf to Yiro. "Try it," Fang Yen said with a smile. "I'll treat you to lunch." Yiro frowned. She looked at the bird in Fang Yan's hand but didn't reach out to take it. "We used to eat like this," said Fang Yen. "Don't worry. It's very clean." Li Xiaotian said hurriedly, "Yes, we were going to eat it ourselves. We washed it many times." Yi Ro took it, tore a piece of meat with her fingers, and put it in her mouth. Spicy. Her first reaction was that it was spicy. It was like someone threw a chili bomb into her mouth. With a boom, it exploded, waking up all her internal organs, blood, skin, and hair. When one's forehead was covered in sweat, and when one's mouth and taste buds gradually adapted to the spiciness, one would notice that the fragrance of the meat and lotus leaves lingered in one's mouth, lingering for a long time without dispersing. Where was the meat? The meat had already slipped into her stomach when she put it in her mouth. She didn't even have the chance to chew and swallow. The chili sauce was very spicy, and the meat was fragrant and pure. Yi Ro had never eaten something like this before. She even thought it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. "How do you feel?" Fang Yen looked at Yi Ro expectantly. He was like a child giving his favorite toy to another child to try, waiting expectantly for her comment or appreciation. That would give him an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Yi Ro didn't speak. She didn't even wipe the sweat on her forehead. Instead, she tore another piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Therefore, the excitement and enjoyment from just now repeated again. Li Xiaotian also had a rare opportunity to get in touch with the goddess of Swallow Dock. He rummaged in the stone house with his butt up and found a warm bottle of shadaozi. He wiped the dust off the bottle with his sleeve, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Yi Ro, saying, "Another bottle of shadaozi. I wouldn't trade it for a god." Yi Ro loved wine. Not only did she like it, but she also had a great capacity for it. After carefully tasting the taste of the bird in her mouth, she raised the bottle and gulped it down. She drank more than half of the bottle in one gulp. Everyone was stunned. Fang Yen didn't bother to tell them that Yi Ro was fine after drinking a couple of caddies of shadaozi when she competed with the old drunkard. Fang Yen looked at Li Xiaotian and said, "Is there any more? Give me a ball." "Any more?" Li Xiaotian turned around and asked. Wan Jing rummaged in the fire pit for a while and said, "There's only one left. The snow is so heavy that I don't know where the sparrows have gone. I didn't catch many." Fang Yen took the lump of soil, knocked off the soil skillfully, peeled off the lotus leaves, and smeared the chili sauce on it. Then he started to eat it. Spicy. Fragrant. A familiar taste. He took the bottle from Yi Ro and said, "Leave some for me." Then he raised his head and poured the rest of the shadaozi into his mouth. Yi Ro was stunned when she saw him drinking. She was drinking it into her mouth, and he was drinking it into his mouth, too. That was to say, they were both drinking it into their mouths. What a coincidence. Yi Ro didn't say anything in the end, because it would only make her more embarrassed. After eating the skin and flesh of the bird, she found that the internal organs were still intact, and there were some herbs and spices beside the organs. These guys are really good at eating. Yi Ro also ate the internal organs and greedily licked the minced meat and oil on her fingers. She looked at Fang Yen with sparkling eyes and said, "If you want to treat me, you should at least let me eat my fill, right?" Chapter 338. In a world of ice and snow, eating beggar's sparrow and drinking shadaozi was indeed one of the greatest pleasures in life. Yi Ro's lips were rosy and shiny. She was like a hungry puppy, looking at her master pitifully. "I have to fill my stomach, right?" Yes, I have to fill my stomach, right? Isn't it too insincere to treat people without filling their stomachs? Yi Rou's question really embarrassed Fang Yan. He turned to Li Xiaotian, who shook his head and pointed at the half-sparrow in Fang Yan's hand, saying, "That's the last one." To prove that he didn't hide it, Li Xiaotian openly ran to the stone house and dug out the grass ashes. He kicked out the burning firewood and charcoal ashes. It was empty inside, and there were no more lumps of mud. Fang Yan handed the half-sparrow to Yi Rou. Yi Rou shook her head. There was only a small part of the sparrow left in Fang Yan's hand, and Fang Yan ate it carelessly. Others tore the meat with their hands, but he bit the meat with his mouth. Who would want to eat such a bird? Fang Yan quickly stuffed the remaining half of the sparrow into his mouth. After wiping his hands with snow, he pulled Li Xiaotian and Zhu Ziden aside for a secret talk. "Brothers, do me a favor," Fang Yan said with a bitter face. "She's not full." "Of course," Li Xiaotian said. "You invited Miss Yi to dinner, and this is what you want. She's rejected by a bird? Isn't that too much?" "That's right. If she accepts my invitation, I'll treat her to the best hotel in Yanjing, the state guest house." Zhu Ziden was also very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's behavior. Yi Rou was their goddess. How could she be insulted like this? "If I were Yi Rou, I would turn around and leave." "Who would want to eat your bird?" Wan Jing sighed. They not only looked down on Fang Yan, but also on Fang Yan's bird. All right, don't fight for her." What is primitive? What was fun? This was the original ecology, this was the interest. What do you old virgins know? Can't you see how much she likes to eat? This proves that my choice is correct. Fang Yan said angrily. When a friend is in trouble, you have to help him. She's not full. You guys have to help her find a way to fill her stomach. What else can we do? Li Xiaotian said with a smile. It's not like we can conjure a few birds for her to roast. Hearing Li Xiaotian's words, Fang Yan's eyes lit up and he asked, "Where did your bird come from?" "Nonsense, of course it's to capture." "You're talking like you've never done it before." "Then let's go catch it," Fang Yan said. He looked at the bamboo poles and the big net on the side and said, "The tools are already made. Shall we go and fish the net now?" Li Xiaotian, Zhu Ziden, and the others stared at Fang Yan and said, "Little Yanzi, are you kidding me? Catch birds now? With beauty Yi? Clean them up after capturing them? Roast it after washing it? How long will it take? I'm afraid it'll be time for dinner." "I don't care how long it takes," Fang Yan said excitedly. "Anyway, I've just eaten a bird, so I won't be too hungry. Let's go to the bamboo forest with the tools and fish some birds back to make dishes. Wan Jing, go back and get some wine, lotus leaves, spices, and chili sauce. I'll leave the logistics to you." "No choice." Wan Jing nodded. He was the smallest in the team and was responsible for passing messages and running errands when there were group activities. "The rest of you go to the bamboo forest." Fang Yan gave the order without hesitation. No one refuted Fang Yan's words. They carried the tools and walked to the bamboo forest not far away. They used to do this kind of thing often, so it was a piece of cake for them now. Fang Yan walked to Yi Rou and said with a smile, "Are you interested in chasing birds?" "Chasing birds?" Yi Rou's eyes lit up even more. It seemed that she was really interested in this kind of thing. The so-called chasing birds was to drive the birds into the big net they set up. It was the same principle as chasing fish in a pond. The difference was that the fish were driven in the water, while the birds were driven in the sky. They set up a huge net on one side of the forest and fixed it with 2 huge bamboo poles. The place Fang Yan and the others chose to chase the birds was the wild bamboo forest. The dense bamboo forest was the natural prey for the wild birds. Fang Yan and Yi Rou were in one group, Zhu Ziden and Chen Hua were in another group, and Li Xiaotian and his brother Li Xiaoyi were in another group. The last person was responsible for watching the net. If the bamboo poles fell and the net was broken, their hard work would be in vain. Then, the three groups set out from three directions into the depths of the bamboo forest, waving the long bamboo poles in their hands. Pa! Fang Yen slammed the bamboo pole into the bamboo forest, and the birds scattered in all directions. Yi Rou had already understood the principle of chasing birds. It was actually a U-shaped encirclement, and the only exit was to set up a big net to catch the panicked sparrows. Pa! Yi Rou also raised a bamboo pole and patted it in the other direction of the bamboo forest. Pa! Fang Yen patted it to the left. Pa! Yi Rou patted it to the right. The two looked at each other. Fang Yen grinned, and Yi Rou's eyes also had a gentle smile. Oh, I'm the king of the mountain. Li Xiaotian's howl came from the east. What king of the mountain is a wolf? I'm the evil tiger coming down from the mountain. Oh, ha ha ha, I'm here too. Are you guys scared? Zhu Xiaoyi's howl came from the west. Pa! Yi Rou patted it again and said, they all have lines to say when they enter the forest. Do you have yours? Why would I do such a childish thing? Fang Yen denied it with extreme determination. Those guys are so embarrassing. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? Really? Yi Rou pursed her lips and chuckled. I think Zhu Zaidan and the others will be happy to tell me that. I have one too. Fang Yen said with a sad face, but it's more high-end than theirs. It's not as idiotic as their animal names. Is that so? What's your line? Pa! Fang Yen patted it with his pole and shouted, Autobots, start the engines, transform, let's go. Boom boom boom, Yi Rou laughed and fell to the ground. With three quick attacks, the wild birds in the bamboo forest screamed and rushed toward the only exit. Gua, then they let out even more panicked screams. Because they suddenly found that their movements were restricted. They crawled into the transparent holes. Their heads went out, but their wings couldn't break through the grid. The harder they struggled, the stiffer their bodies became. Some of them strangled themselves to death. Today's luck was pretty good. This net was quite rewarding. With Fang Yan's eyes, there were hundreds of birds in the net. If they cleaned up all of them, they could probably eat for a few days. A group of people stood under the net, admiring the fruits of their labor. Zhu Zaidan and Li Xiaotian were ecstatic, saying, we're so lucky this net, we only caught a few dozen birds on the previous attempt. That idiot Li Xiaoyi accidentally opened a corner of the net when he retracted his pole, and more than half of them escaped. Otherwise, that net would have been enough for us to eat. This net is enough for us to eat for a few days, until Chinese New Year's Eve, Li Xiaotian laughed. Brothers, let's get to work, chirp chirp chirp. The sparrows couldn't do anything else and could only call out urgently. Quack, 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 the cries of the colorful forest birds were also getting more and more miserable. Some of the birds managed to escape, only to find that their parents were trapped in the net. They circled around their mothers and screamed, unwilling to fly away by themselves. Brothers, retract the net, Li Xiaotian waved his hand and shouted, then ran towards the pole. These birds gathered together with great momentum. If they didn't put down the pole and retract the net in time, they might have gotten a chance to escape. Yi Rou looked at the birds circling around the net, unwilling to leave, with a hint of pity in her eyes. She cultivated her body, her mind, and her Tao. In her eyes, all joy could be magnified infinitely, and all sorrow could also be magnified infinitely. Every cry of these young birds tore a deep hole in her heart. She felt pain. Fang Yan, Yi Rou suddenly shouted. Fang Yan had been standing next to Yi Rou, asking, what is it? Can you give them to me? Yi Rou asked. Fang Yan smiled and said, they were originally meant for you. Just wait until they're done, you don't have to worry about them, although you're a woman, they're better at this than you are. Once they're cooked, you'll be in charge of wiping them out. I mean, give them to me now. Yi Rou said. Fang Yan was a little surprised, since he knew Yi Rou when he was very young. This proud woman had never asked him for anything. Of course, she didn't ask anyone for anything either. But Fang Yan often asked her for something, such as when Yi Rou pressed him to the ground with the dragon spine lock, he would ask Yi Rou to be lenient. Fang Yan's expression also became serious, saying, "Okay. I can give them to you now, you can do whatever you want with them." The pole was still put down, and the net was retracted. Unfortunately, all of the wild birds had been released. Looking at the birds circling in the sky or flying away, Yi Rou's face bloomed with a happy smile. She raised her slender and delicate neck, her soft short hair automatically slanted to the back. Her eyebrows were beautiful and her facial features were delicate and flawless. She was as beautiful as the ice spirit in this snow mountain. She waved her hand and said, "Goodbye. Goodbye." Zhu Zaidan waved her arms and yelled, "Goodbye." Li Xiaotian yelled with his teeth clenched. Although he said goodbye, he showed a ferocious look that said, "Don't run away, let me bite you if you have the guts, goodbye." Fang Yan looked at Yi Rou's beautiful side profile and said quietly in his heart. The violent Yi Rou in his heart was gone. Chapter 339. The sky was gray, and the earth was white. The birds flew away, leaving only a few feathers as a sign of their existence. Since the birds had flown away, there would be no lunch today. Looking at Li Xiaotian and Zhu Zaidan's pitiful expressions, Fang Yan was full of sympathy for them. He said aloud, "I've said it before, this is a very inhumane thing to do. What's so delicious about birds? They're small and skinny. If you want to eat them, we can go to the mountain to hunt pheasants and rabbits, catch a few handfuls of chili, and make a big pot of stew. We can eat as much as we want. There's plenty of meat, and we can eat until we're full. Isn't that great?" Li Xiaotian and Zhu Zaidan were trembling with anger. If it weren't for Yi Rou, they would have thrown the black leather gloves on their hands at Fang Yan and fought with him. They knew they couldn't defeat Yi Rou. When did you ever say that this was an inhumane thing to do? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to hunt birds the most? You were the commander-in-chief of the operation, and we were all your lackeys, okay? What's so delicious about birds? Who was the one who thought they tasted good and dragged us out to hunt birds? You should be careful when you speak." Hearing Fang Yan's words, Yi Rou's eyes lit up again. She said, "Hunt wild rabbits?" Everyone looked at Yi Rou carefully, for fear that she would ask for something else. Li Xiaotian and the others didn't have to answer, but Fang Yan had to. After all, Yi Rou was his guest. He looked at Yi Rou with a smile and said, "Yes. Many pheasants and rabbits come out to play after it snows. The snow is too deep, so they are not as agile as before. Especially the rabbits, whose legs are short, can't jump out of the snow holes once they fall into. We used to go up the mountain to catch them. After catching them, we can make dry-fried chicken or dry-fried rabbit with extra seasonings and chili. We eat them with a mouthful of wine and a piece of meat, sweating profusely. Can we catch them now?" Yi Rou pretended not to see the painful expressions of Li Xiaotian and Zhu Zaidan and asked. Fang Yan looked back at Li Xiaotian, Zhu Zaidan, and the others in a friendly manner, and said, "It should be, okay?" Yi Rou waved her hand and said straightforwardly, "Let's go hunt wild rabbits." Therefore, Li Xiaotian, Zhu Zaidan, and the others looked even more miserable. Li Xiaotian pulled Fang Yan's arm aside and said in a low voice, "Brother, please do us a favor and let us go. You went to pick up girls, and we followed you. Besides, when we catch some wild chickens and hares later, Miss Yi will become soft-hearted and ask us to release all the wild animals. What will we eat then? I've only eaten 2 birds for the whole day. I'm so hungry after being tortured by you guys. You guys have fun, shall we go back first? I want to let you go, but as you can see, this matter is not up to me." Fang Yan smiled helplessly. "But I can promise you that I won't let go of any pheasants or hares that we catch later. If she dares to do such a thing again, I'll slap her. How dare she? Li Xiaotian stared at Fang Yan with disdain and said, you have to be able to beat her first. You were beaten up by her, who would believe you? That was before. Now she's no match for me at all. When I'm in a bad mood, I drag her out and beat her up. She doesn't even dare to fight back. Hurry, tell the brothers to prepare and show this inexperienced girl the strength of our Swallow Fort, Pretty Men Team. Pretty Men Team was the name of the bird hunting team led by Fang Yan. At that time, there was an idol drama called Meteor Garden that was very popular. They got inspiration from this drama, so they chose this name. Originally, they wanted to copy the F4 group and call themselves F11. But as more and more members joined, they couldn't be F11 today and F12 tomorrow. That would be inconvenient for them to spread their fame. They had no choice but to change their name. The first 11 people who joined were pretty men, but those who joined later were not pretty men. It was not good for the unity of the team. We really can't let them go this time. Li Xiaotian said worriedly. They had no sense of team honor at all. We definitely won't let them go. Then let's go. Li Xiaotian said, resigned to his fate. I hope we didn't work for nothing this time. Ruan Jing, who was sent away by Fang Yan to get the lotus leaf chili sauce, returned. He raised the big bag in his hand excitedly and said, I've brought everything you wanted. Where are the birds? Fang Yan glanced at him and said embarrassedly, Ruan Jing, please go back and get a pot. A rabbit and a chicken were cut into pieces and stir-fried in the big pot. Spices and handfuls of red chili were added, then shredded ginger and scallions were sprinkled over. When the meat broth in the pot was bubbling, the lid was lifted and the chopsticks were used to eat. Hot and spicy, then a big mouthful of the shadaozi brewed by a small workshop in Swallow Fort. Even a god wouldn't trade that taste. Men always wanted to get beautiful women drunk when they met them. Li Xiaotian, Zhu Zaidan, and the others were no exception. However, Yi Rou's eyes became brighter and brighter as she drank, while Li Xiaotian, Zhu Zaidan, and the others became dumbfounded. Fang Yan didn't bother to remind them. He just ate the meat and drank the wine. When he was full, Li Xiaotian, Zhu Zaidan, and the others had already fallen asleep in the snow. Ruan Jing looked at Yi Rou in surprise as if he had seen a ghost. Sigh, he went back and got a barrel of shadaozi. Now the barrel was empty. Li Xiaotian, Zhu Zaidan, and the others drank 5 liters, while Yi Rou drank 4 to 5 liters. Does this woman have a limit to her alcohol tolerance? Ruan Jing looked at Fang Yan and said, why didn't you remind me? I did, Fang Yan said, feeling wronged. Why did you remind me? I didn't even dare to drink with her, Fang Yan said. You won't die if you don't ask for it. Puff, Ruan Jing also threw up on the ground. He didn't know whether it was because he had drunk too much or because of Fang Yan's anger. Originally, he also wanted to beat Yi Rou with Zhu Zaidan and the others, but he stopped when he found the situation was not right. So he ended up half dead. Leaving the drunkards to Ruan Jing, Fang Yan accompanied Yi Rou back to the village. Did you play like this before? Yi Rou asked. Yes. Fang Yan nodded. There are many games. You only saw the tip of the iceberg today. It seems, you had a good life before. Yi Rou said with emotion. Compared with Fang Yan, there was nothing to say about her childhood. It was okay. Before I met you, Fang Yan realized he said something wrong. He quickly changed the topic and said, is the game good today? If you want to eat, we can come over anytime. It tastes good. Yi Rou nodded and said. Before you met me, what about after you met me? Before I met you, my life was very happy. After I met you, my life is very fulfilling. Fang Yan said seriously. Fulfilling is one level higher than being happy. Life can't be silly and happy all the time. Fulfilling makes one's life complete. Do you really think so? Yi Rou glanced at Fang Yan and asked. She didn't believe Fang Yan's nonsense. Of course. Fang Yan nodded very seriously. If I didn't meet you, would I have the heart of Tai Chi? Why don't Li Xiaotian and Zhu Ziden have it? Yi Rou wanted to hit him again. She said in a low voice, that's because they don't practice Tai Chi, that's why I said they will never have the heart of Tai Chi, Fang Yan said with a smile. If I didn't have the heart of Tai Chi, how could I defeat Qianya military department? How could I become the inspirational role model that every parent chooses to teach their children? How could I become the idol in the eyes of countless boys and girls in Swallow Dock? When Fang Yan was bragging about himself, he met Bai Xiu and Phoenix who were strolling in the snow. Bai Xiu and Phoenix walked over from the opposite bank of the Stone River. Bai Xiu's hair was still loose and he was wearing a white robe. The difference was that he was wearing black cloth shoes today instead of running barefoot in the snow like last time. Phoenix was wearing a purple windbreaker, high-heeled leather boots, and a plush hat on her head. She looked arrogant and charming. It seemed that she had dressed up carefully. It was unknown what Bai Xiu said, but the Phoenix giggled and looked very happy. When their eyes met, the four of them stopped. Phoenix looked at Fang Yan, while Bai Xiu looked at Yi Rou thoughtfully. Are you guys dating? Phoenix asked Fang Yan. Guess. Fang Yan said. He didn't dare to say yes and didn't want to say no, so he could only use this kind of rhetorical question. After all, he couldn't act like a loser in front of his first love. Phoenix looked Fang Yan up and down, then looked at Yi Rou and said with a smile, I guess not. Why not? No reason, Phoenix said. It doesn't feel like you guys are a couple. Ha, Fang Yan sneered. He put his hand around Yi Rou's waist and said, do I need to prove anything to you? In the TV series that Fang Yan watched, this kind of plot often appeared. In order to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend, the female lead would bring a man who was better or more affectionate than her ex-boyfriend to a party. At the party, the ex-boyfriend would snort at the female lead's behavior and say, don't use such a cheap trick to deceive me, I won't fall for it. There's no relationship between you two. You brought him here just to make me angry, right? Then, in a rage, the female lead would rush up to hug and kiss the male lead. Of course, the female lead would usually kiss the male lead in the TV series. Fang Yan felt that he was the female lead who accidentally met his first love. So, he wanted to use another woman to prove that even if you don't want me, there's someone else who wants me. And now, the person who wants me is better, prettier, and more violent than you. Do I need to prove anything to you? Fang Yan said. As he spoke, he put his hand around Yi Rou's waist as he wished. It had to be said that Yi Rou's waist was very thin. Of course, she was thin, so her waist was naturally not fat. The most important thing was that it felt very good. There was no excess fat, and it wouldn't be shriveled into a pile of bones. Oily and smooth, soft and tender, among the women he had touched, she could be ranked in the top 3. Of course, Fang Yan had only touched 3 women in total. Why is my nose bleeding? What's going on? Chapter 340. A smear of bright red sprayed out. It was so unique and dazzling in the snow. When Fang Yan saw that his nose was bleeding, his body also flew up. He flew backward in the air, only then did he realize that he had been hit. Bang! His body fell heavily onto the ground, creating a V-shaped pit on the flat snowy ground. The snowflakes splashed and then returned to the snowy plain. Fang Yan stared blankly at the vast and lonely sky, thinking that the plot shouldn't have developed like this. According to the story extension in the TV series, Yi Rou should be slightly surprised and full of expectation at this moment. When he kissed her, her eyes widened and she fell into a state of stupor. Usually, when this scene appeared, the picture would freeze and the story of the episode would end. Start singing and calling out subtitles. At the beginning of the next episode, the male lead would pull the female lead and run. They would run on a long bridge or a beautiful river bank. They ran and ran until they were out of breath and could no longer run. The male and female protagonists lay on the railings or their knees, panting heavily. The female protagonist asked why they were doing this. The male protagonist impatiently asked, "What's wrong with me?" The female protagonist said, "What do you want?" The male protagonist said, "What do you want?" The female protagonist was very angry and turned to leave. The male protagonist did not try to hold her back. Why did she hit people? Fang Yan couldn't understand this question. You hit me in front of my first love and her boyfriend, don't you know it hurts my pride? You can't even bear to eat a bird, am I less than a bird? Phoenix's damned smile appeared in front of him. She crouched down and looked at Fang Yan, who was lying in the snow, and said, "Are you all right? What do you think?" Fang Yan said snappily. "I'm already like this. I'm injured both inside and out. Can I still get better?" "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you that question," the phoenix said apologetically. The question she was referring to was, "Are you guys on a date?" If she didn't ask, Fang Yan wouldn't have to deliberately prove anything to her. If Fang Yan didn't prove anything, he wouldn't have been beaten. Fang Yan felt as if someone had stabbed him in the chest again. Wouldn't such an apology be another slap in the face? He grimaced in pain and grabbed a snowball to wipe the blood off his nose. "What does this have to do with you?" Phoenix gave Fang Yan a strange look and said, "Is it not because I asked you that question, that you are lying here?" "Of course not." Fang Yan denied. "How could I be beaten just because you asked me a question? Is there such a barbaric and violent person in this world?" "Then why?" "Because I held her waist." "Aren't you a couple?" "It has nothing to do with whether we are a couple or not. It's just because I held her waist," Fang Yan said stubbornly. Can't couples hug each other's waist? Who says that couples can hug each other's waist? I haven't even seen Bai Xiu hug your waist. Fang Yan's thought process was very contradictory, but the logic was very simple. I was beaten not because we aren't a couple, but because I held her waist. If that's the case, wouldn't it look better? Young people still care a lot about their dignity. So that's how it is. Phoenix squinted her eyes and smiled. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to him. "Do you want me to wipe it for you?" "No need," Fang Yan said. "Your boyfriend will be jealous." "Then should I help you up?" "No need," Fang Yan said. "I want to lie here and calm down." "Then, we'll go first," Phoenix said. "I won't see you out," Fang Yan said. He was lying in the snow. This position was quite comfortable. He didn't want to get up. If he got up, he would have to see Bai Xiu's face. He really didn't want to see Bai Xiu's face right now. Phoenix walked in front of Yi Ro and said, "He took you to eat bird lotus leaves?" "Yes." "He took you to the bamboo forest to catch birds?" "What are you trying to say?" Yi Ro raised her slender eyebrows. "He took you to eat pheasant and rabbit stew and drink the strongest shadaozi?" Phoenix giggled and said, "He used to treat me like this too. Later on, I found out that this is the standard way for boys from Swallow Fort to pick up girls." Phoenix waved her hand at Yi Ro and said, "We still want to go for a walk. Your boyfriend, we'll leave him to you." And so, Phoenix and Bai Xiu continued to stroll towards their destination. The sound of laughter scared away the forest birds and the colorful snowflakes. Fang Yan looked at the dancing snowflakes in front of him and thought, the weather is so beautiful when it snows. Ka ka ka, Yi Ro walked in front of Fang Yan. She stood on a high place and looked down at Fang Yan who was lying on the ground. She's right. Fang Yan took the initiative and told the truth. Eating bird lotus leaves, catching sparrows in a net, making pheasant and rabbit stew, and drinking the strongest shadaozi, fishing by cutting ice, bathing in hot springs, ambushing from 10 sides, and flying kites, these are the standard ways for boys from Swallow Fort to pick up girls. When Li Xiaotian was in college, he brought his girlfriend back. We played these games with him. Ruan Jing used these games to bring back several girlfriends. I've also brought Phoenix to experience it. Swallow Fort belongs to Yen Jing, but it's far away from the bustling capital. We don't have an arcade to play games or a cinema to watch movies. We don't have a KTV to sing in or a bar to dance in. We only have these little games that we created, which we think are the best. When you like someone, you want to bring what you think is the best to her. Li Xiaotian was like that, so he brought his girlfriend to Swallow Fort. Later, they broke up, and Li Xiaotian took us to the place where he kissed his girlfriend for the first time and drank for the whole afternoon. Although Ruan Jing looks ordinary, he's the Casanova among us. All the skills we know about chasing girls were taught by him. He knows what girls like, and he also knows what kind of feeling girls like, so he can bring back one girl after another that he likes. The girls in the city often go to bars, KTV, arcade, and cinema, so it's quite refreshing to experience the farm culture of Swallow Fort occasionally. Your brother Yi Fengsheng is also a member of our team. He has always liked Bailey Lu's little sister, Bailey Lianxin, and has also tried to use these games to win the girl's heart. We don't know why, but he hasn't succeeded, maybe because he's too fat. We've been asking him to lose weight, but we didn't expect him to get fatter and fatter. At that time, the person I hated the most was you, and the person I liked the most was Phoenix. I liked her the first time I saw her. She came in her father's military car, wearing a little white dress. Standing in the middle of a group of soldiers, she was like a little princess being protected. She was very beautiful, and also very arrogant. But her beauty and arrogance didn't repel people 1,000 miles away, and it was very easy for people to get close to her. She saw us peeping at her from a distance, but she wasn't angry. She even waved at us and said, "Do you want to eat chocolate with me?" You see, she conquered all of us with one sentence. She's obviously the same age as us, but everyone is willing to listen to her. When you're in a bad mood, she can tell at a glance, and she will chat with you. After a while, you'll find that you've already forgotten why you were in a bad mood just now. When you're injured, she will rush to treat you. She's very good at bandaging. It's said that her mother is a doctor in the military hospital, and she learned bandaging skills from her mother since she was young. She was also very generous. She often gave us good food that we had never seen before. She even gave us all kinds of guns, bows and arrows, as well as the good cigarettes that people gave to her father and the good wine that her grandfather kept in his private collection. She treated us very well. The weather was cold, and the snow was extremely warm. Fang Yan was lost in some kind of thoughts, and he didn't even notice the change in Yi Rou's eyes. At that time, I often fought with people. I also often fought with you. Every time I was injured or defeated by you, I would go to her for help to treat. Even sometimes when I won, I would try to find some wounds on my body. That way, I could listen to her comforting words and watch her bandage me. She was never impatient, and I also think that was the happiest time of my life. I wasn't the only one who liked her. Bai Xiu liked her, Bailey Lu liked her, and Yi Fengsheng used to like her. A group of boys around us all liked her. So the competition was particularly fierce, and each of us exhausted our efforts and used all our means. For us at that time, it might be the most important thing in our lives. Fang Yan felt a little sour in his nose, and his chest was depressed and uncomfortable. He was lying on the snow, and in addition to the thin layer of clothes on his body, there were only the tiny snowflakes and the distant sky on his body. However, Fang Yan just felt very uncomfortable in his heart, as if something was going to tear his chest and break out of his body. He wouldn't understand that it was an emotion. That emotion had a very common name, lovelorn. For a teenager, being lovelorn might be an important thing that would affect his life. At that time, Fang Yan didn't know how to release this kind of negative emotion, because with his character, he would only bury it deep in his heart and pretend that nothing had happened. But today, it jumped out without any warning. It was honest under the sky, in the snow, and under the gaze of Yi Rou. Chapter 341. He always talked about the things he was afraid of in a joking tone and always did the things he cared about in a free and easy manner. However, that was just a thin and fragile disguise. It was like the sugar coating on the outside of a pill. The sugar coating melted in the mouth, and then there was the deep bitterness that made people's hair stand on end and tremble. As if the bitterness had reached the depths of the soul. Everyone thought that Fang Yan was a happy person, and Yi Ro was no exception. In Yi Ro's eyes, her opponent of many years was playful, funny, persistent, patient, despicable, diligent, shameless, unwilling to suffer losses, and desperate to take advantage of others. Fang Yan was the most peculiar and elusive person she had ever met. If he had the impulse to write books, such as, On 32 Ways of Being Cheap, Cheap is a Life Attitude, Fang Yan's view of cheap, Do you want to be a cheap person? Do you want to be a cheap person? Books like Hua Xia's Self-Cultivation of the Cheap God would definitely sell well and lead to a trend. Sometimes Yi Ro even thought that Fang Yixing, a gentle and old-fashioned bookworm, and Lu Wan, a well-educated and well-mannered hostess, how could they have such an unusual child? However, today, Fang Yan had subverted all Yi Ro's understanding of him. Proud, pure, playful, sensitive, and childishness. He lay motionless in the snow, his eyes sorrowful as he looked at the empty sky. Filled with emotion, he narrated the process of him and the phoenix getting to know each other. Even though the years were ruthless, she could still hear the unwillingness hidden in his words. Every teenager thought he was the best teenager. Why did she choose someone else instead of him? Every teenager thought he was the most trustworthy teenager. Why did she fall in love with someone else but give up him? Yi Ro's little face slightly twisted and her eyebrows wrinkled, as if her mood also became sad. She wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. Fang Yan was lying down, and she was standing up. She looked down at the changes in his emotions and the faint red light in the corner of his eyes. I just want to treat you to a meal. Fang Yan said. It was the most sumptuous way I thought I could think of. I didn't think so much. I never thought that because I invited Phoenix and Li Xiaoyan's girlfriends, I wouldn't be able to bring you here. If that's the reason you want to beat me up, let's begin. What is fishing through ice? Yi Ro asked. Asking this question made her feel relaxed, and even the annoyance between her eyebrows was relieved. These questions were really suffocating her. What? Fang Yan widened his eyes and stared at Yi Ro. He felt that he couldn't keep up with Yi Ro's thoughts. It was too exciting. And the ambush from all sides, what's that? Bathing in a hot spring, flying a kite, are these more fun than catching birds in the bamboo forest? Yi Ro continued to ask. Yi Ro was very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's silence. She said, can't you bring people to play these games? If you don't want to say it, Yi Fengxing should know, right? You're not angry at all? Fang Yan asked. Angry? Why should I be angry? Yi Ro asked. What Phoenix said, what does it have to do with me? Yi Ro asked back. But you hit my nose, Fang Yan said. Didn't you hit my nose because you were angry? I hit your nose because I was angry. Yi Ro raised her slender eyebrows out of habit again, and explained very seriously, your nose is bleeding, and my anger is gone. What happened after that? What happened after that? Fang Yan couldn't help grinning. Yes, what happened after that? Phoenix misunderstood that he took Yi Ro to catch birds in the bamboo forest to eat and drink shadatsi with these standard tricks to pick up girls, but she didn't know that Yi Ro didn't have such ideas at all. Yi Ro simply thought it was fun to catch birds in the bamboo forest. She simply thought that the pheasant and hare stew were delicious. She just thought that shadatsi was delicious. Shadatsi, which had been frozen for a while, was even better. The liquid was cold, but the alcohol's clarity made people's bodies burn. The feeling of ice and fire kept hitting the mouth and stomach buds, as well as every inch of muscles and skin, giving people a feeling of madness and tearing that they had never experienced before. That was all. What did it have to do with love between men and women? How could such a proud woman like Yi Ro fall in love with a man like him? As she said, she was angry because Fang Yan touched her waist. She punched Fang Yan, and when she saw Fang Yan's nose was bleeding, her anger disappeared. Just like before, when Fang Yan offended her and she hit Fang Yan, this punch was no different from the punch before. Just because Fang Yan did something wrong, this was Fang Yan's punishment. As for the words spoken by the phoenix wanted to incite a conflict and emotional rift between the two of them. This was truly a huge joke. Without feelings, how could there be conflict? No love. Where was the crack? Phoenix spent a lot of effort, only to do such a useless thing. It was really ridiculous. Fang Yan laughed loudly, and his mouth was full of laughter. Wind poured in, snow fell, and an emotion more sorrowful than heartbreak also drilled in. They don't love me. Fang Yan climbed out of the snow, patted the snow off his body, and said, ambush on all sides is also a kind of food. Big fish and tofu are stewed in the pot, and then there are pot stickers on the edge of the pot. Generally, one pot can stick 8 pot stickers, so it looks like an ambush on all sides. 8 pieces of dough lying there, if not called ambush on all sides, what else can it be called? Kite in the sky is more fun. Make a big kite, tie it to the kite, and jump down from the back of the mountain. This game is more dangerous, and only the children of our swallow dock can play it. Children from other places can't learn it at all. If they jump down, they will probably die. The most fun is to soak wine in the hot spring. You lie in the hot spring in the middle of the snow, and soak the plum wine in the spring. When you want to drink it, you will find that the temperature of the plum wine is just right, and I heard that this way of drinking is very nutritious. Fang Yan took Yi Ro out from the Yi family, so he naturally had the responsibility to send her back. They talked and laughed as they walked to the Yi family's mansion. Most of the time, it was Fang Yan who talked and explained the various games he mentioned. Yi Ro listened quietly, and from time to time, she asked a very technical question. When they passed by the Pebble River, the children who were skating on the river had disappeared. It seemed that they were tired of this game and went to find a new world that belonged to them. There were simply too many fun things to do in the snowy lands of the north. Yi Fengsheng just came out of the courtyard and saw Fang Yan and Yi Ro, who were talking and laughing. His face was full of shock. He secretly gave a thumbs up to Fang Yan, then looked at Yi Ro and said in an ingratiating manner, "Sis, I heard that you went to hunt birds today." Yi Ro glanced at Yi Fengsheng and said, "How did you know?" "Hey, how could I not know about the activities of our Pretty Boys team?" "No matter what, I'm the spokesperson of the Pretty Boys team. Wan Jing called me and said that you drank them all by yourself, and also scolded me for not telling them in advance. See, I was just about to go over and teach them a lesson. My sister is giving them face by drinking with them. What else can they be dissatisfied with?" Yi Fengsheng looked at Yi Ro, then looked at Fang Yan, and said, Is it time for the farewell scene? This is the highlight. You guys chat, I'm leaving first." After saying that, he twisted his plump butt and rushed into the snowstorm. After the day's activities ended, it was necessary to make a conclusion. Originally, Fang Yan had already thought of the farewell words, and there was even a hug scene. However, the bastard Yi Fengsheng exposed them on the spot, so both of them were a little embarrassed. Fang Yan wanted to say something but stopped. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Let's go back." Yi Ro glanced at Fang Yan and said, "Thank you." She turned around and left, neat and tidy. Fang Yan stood at the Yi family's gate for a while, then he also turned around and walked in the direction of the Fang family. Today's interaction with Yi Ro could be considered satisfactory. The hatred between the two was resolved, the distance between them was shortened, and he even treated her to a sumptuous meal. However, he didn't know why, but he felt a trace of regret in his heart. He kept feeling that something was missing. What was it that was missing? Fang Yan thought hard and finally figured it out. He forgot to ask Yi Ro about the problems he encountered when practicing the heart of Tai Chi. It seemed that he had to make another appointment tomorrow. At most, he would treat her to an ambush from all sides. Based on today's experience, she was quite easy to bribe. Yi-ro walked straight into the warm room in the backyard without being stained by the snow. After the arrival of winter, she lived in the warm room to accompany the elder ancestor. The elder ancestor was sitting on the pit and taking a nap. Seeing Yi-ro coming back, he squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, "Did you have fun with the boy from the Fong family?" "No," Yi-ro said. In front of her elder ancestor, she didn't need to hide anything. She couldn't hide it either. "What's wrong?" The elder ancestor became energetic and sat up a little. He asked, "How did that boy bully you?" "He can't beat you, so he can't bully you even if he wants to." She had lived for too long, and nothing was new. She had to find some fun. It was also a good way to kill time to understand the emotional state of the younger generation. Therefore, the elder ancestor was very active in these things. "He is an idiot," Yi-ro said with anger in her eyes. It could be seen that she was really angry. Chapter 342. Old ancestor also knew that Yi-ro was really angry. Because when she was angry, and when she was not angry, she was not angry. She disliked disguise and hiding the most, so she didn't need to do this kind of boring thing. Seeing that Yi-ro was angry, old ancestor felt it was more interesting. She patted the place next to her and said, "Come on, tell me why that guy is an idiot." Yi-ro hesitated and didn't know whether she should tell the reason why she was angry. Old ancestor was a little unhappy and said, "You have no conscience. How do I usually treat you? Why do you treat me like this? Can't you even listen to my words?" Yi-ro had to sit next to old ancestor and told some of the things she and Fang Yan experienced when they went out. Old ancestor laughed and said, "This guy is really an idiot, it's appropriate to call him an idiot. What a stupid thing he did. He looks smart, but why doesn't he understand women's mind at all?" Old ancestor also thought that Fang Yan was quite an idiot. Phoenix questioned the relationship between Fang Yan and Yi-ro. Why did he rush to prove it to her? You hugged Yi-ro and said that she was your girlfriend. What did you think of her? What did you think Yi-ro was? She was your capital to show off to your first love? Or a prop to accompany you to act in front of your first love? Either one was not what Yi-ro needed and liked. She was Yi-ro. She was Yi-ro. If you like her, you like her. If you don't like her, you don't like her. Friends were friends, and girlfriends were girlfriends. No disguise, no exaggeration. Frank, white, and clean. Besides, you were so anxious to prove it, you couldn't prove that Yi-ro was your girlfriend, but it only proved that you cared about Phoenix's attitude. You cared about Phoenix's attitude, but you ignored Yi-ro's attitude. How could Yi-ro not be angry? Thinking that Fang Yan dared to treat her as a substitute, Yi-ro couldn't suppress her anger. She wanted to beat the crap out of him. If she didn't feel sorry for him lying in the snow and telling the story of a lovelorn, she thought she would really do that. She hesitated for a long time and wanted to ask, "Do you want to die?" In the end, the question that came out of his mouth was, "What is ice fishing?" which did not require any technical content. She was such a smart woman. How could she not understand what it meant to fish from the ice? The funny thing was that the idiot actually explained to her all the way, and his expression was so serious. The great ancestor held Yi-ro's hand, laughing so hard that she gasped for breath. She said, "Oh, my son, my little girl has never been bullied like this before. That guy, if he dares to come here again, I'll break his legs." What did he do? Fang Mansion. In the living room. Fang Yan said proudly to his mother, "Lu Wan, we had a good chat. We caught birds together, ate, drank, and even took a walk back. I sent her to her doorstep." When Fang Yan and Yi-ro made an appointment to take a walk in the snow, all eyes in Swallow Dock were attracted to them. Everyone knew that the Fang family and the Yi family were not on good terms. The annual martial arts competition between the two families was the best proof. Even better proof was that the little girl of the Yi family, Yi Ro, had never shown mercy to the Fang family's Fang Yan. But this time, when Fang Yan suddenly came back, he suddenly visited the Yi family with gifts and asked Yi Ro out for a walk, which attracted many people's guesses. What kind of show was this? The Yi family naturally paid attention to it. As soon as Fang Yan came back, he was pulled over by his mother for questioning. Did you kowtow to the great ancestor? Lu Wan asked with uncertainty. Yes, I did. Fang Yan said. The great ancestor is eating cucumbers. It seems that he has good teeth. Miss Yi, why did she agree to go out for a walk with you? Fang Yan was stunned and thought, my mother doesn't believe in her son's charm. Isn't it normal for me to ask a little girl out for a walk? What's there to doubt? Maybe it's because we have a good relationship. Fang Yan said. She's beaten me up for so many years. She treats me differently from others. That's true. Lu Wan nodded. You really didn't fight this time. I didn't fight. Fang Yan had to repeat this sentence again and said, I went to the Yi family to thank them. Why did I fight? After today's conversation, my relationship with Yi Ro has improved by leaps and bounds. She is a little different from what I knew before. Fang Yan thought of her sad expression when she saw the flock of birds desperately hitting the net and those young birds refused to leave for a long time. He said, she is very kind. He touched his nose that was still hurting and added, of course, most of the things we know are the same. She is still as brutal and violent as before. For some reason, she likes to beat people. Fang Yixing pretended to walk into the living room by accident. He glanced at Fang Yan and asked, did you see the great uncle Fang? Yes, Fang Yan said. The great uncle Fang his father mentioned was the eldest of the Yi family's 3 tigers, Yi Daowen. The eldest was dedicated to cultivation and his skills were unfathomable. The second eldest, Yi Daoxian, worked in the military and was a very powerful senior official in the General Staff headquarters. The third eldest, Yi Daoling, was mainly engaged in economic research. He was a core figure in the Yanhuang Kingdom's think tank. This was the origin of the Yi family's 3 tigers and the reason why the Yi family had a high status in Swallow Dock. Sanhu was an extremely filial person. Sanhu's father and uncles were also filial people. Therefore, the great ancestor was like an ancestor in the Yi family. Usually, no one objected to what she said. She doted on Yi Ro. Yi Ro was the pearl of the Yi family. Of course, even if she didn't dote on Yi Ro was still the pearl of the Yi family. The title of the number 1 of the younger generation in Neijiang was very beneficial to the Yi family. She had achieved so much at such a young age. Who knew how far she would go in the future? What did he say? Fang Yixing asked. We chatted for a while. He told me to go in and kowtow to the great ancestor. I went in, Fang Yan said with a smile. Of course, he skipped some steps in the middle. He took the initiative to ask you to kowtow to the great ancestor. A light flashed in Fang Yixing's eyes. Yes, Fang Yan nodded and said. Fang Yixing smiled with relief and said, you should visit the old man sometimes. You should also ask Miss Yi. She is more powerful than you, and she entered that realm earlier than you. She will be of great help to you. Fang Yan nodded seriously and said, I will. Fang Yixing knew that his son really didn't need his advice. He took a book and walked into the study again, walking briskly. Fang Yan looked at Lu Wan and said with a smile, I'm going to see the old drunkard. I want to see if he has woken up. Lu Wan slapped Fang Yan's head and said, how can you call him the old drunkard? I'm used to it, Fang Yan said with a smile. If I don't call him the old drunkard, he probably won't be used to it. Lu Wan sighed softly and said, he has been living too hard. I'll ask the kitchen to make some dishes and send them over. You can drink with him. Perhaps it was because the land in Swallow Dock was not worth much money, but every family and household in Swallow Dock lived in a large courtyard. The courtyard was divided into the front yard and the backyard. The front yard was small and refined, while the backyard was wide and dense. Some of the backyards were like a maze, with many important or very unimportant people living there. There was an independent small courtyard near the back door of Fang Yan's backyard. That small courtyard was the old drunkard's residence. Before he got close, the smell of wine had already hit his nose. The smell of wine was mixed with the cold air and transmitted into his body through his nostrils. His heart and lungs were filled with the strong smell of shadaozi. The courtyard was filled with big jars, and the jars were filled with shadaozi. The old drunkard only drank shadaozi, and he only drank the shadaozi that he brewed himself. Fang Yan asked him the reason, but he said that he had no money to buy it. Fang Yan didn't believe his nonsense. No matter how poor the Fang family was, they could not afford to buy shadaozi that he drank more than 10 kilograms or dozens of kilograms a day. He must be afraid that the shadaozi outside was formaldehyde mixed with water, which would cause his body to be poisoned. Fang Yan once again realized that the problem of food safety could not be ignored. Even these martial arts masters were afraid of being poisoned. The door of the courtyard was not closed, and the door had never been closed. Everyone could enter, but few people were willing to enter. Entering was the rule of the old drunkard. Of course, he only drank with the people he liked. This was also the rule of the old drunkard. Therefore, only a few people, such as Fang Yan, Yi Rou, and the hero and hero, could enter the courtyard in the end. Fang Yan pushed the door and walked in. A tall figure was standing in front of the wine jar, stirring the liquid in it slowly with a spoon. Bursts of wine fragrance came out, with the intoxicating smell of food and alcohol. The man was wearing a loose robe of indistinguishable color, and his long hair was loose on his shoulders. His figure was thin, but it did not make people feel that he was frail. He was not wearing shoes or socks, and stood barefoot in the accumulated snow in the courtyard. The loose robe with big sleeves, the barefoot drinking wine, the long hair draped over his shoulders, and the cultured and refined man. These were the iconic characteristics of the inner Jianghu's number 1, Mo Qingdi. The people of Swallow Dock all knew that the reason why Bai Xiu dressed like that was to imitate Mo Qingdi. Because Mo Qingdi was Bai Xiu's idol. Many people said that Bai Xiu had already grasped 70% of Mo Qingdi's essence, but Fang Yan, who understood Mo Qingdi, felt that Bai Xiu only had the appearance, but not the spirit. Mo Qingdi's every move was casual and natural, but Bai Xiu's words and actions always gave people a feeling of bashfulness and stiffness. Of course, this could not be ruled out because Fang Yan had always been hostile to Bai Xiu. "You're here?" the old drunkard asked. "I'm coming," Fang Yan answered. This was the usual question and answer he would have with the old drunkard every time he came. "I'll treat you to a drink," the old drunkard said. He lifted the spoon in his hand, and a silver river rose from the big jar, rushing toward Fang Yan. The wine fragrance was heavy, and the knife intent was heavy. Sometimes, he really was as sharp as a knife. Fang Yan's expression became solemn. Chapter 343. Fang Yan didn't dare to underestimate Mo Qingdi. No one dared to underestimate Mo Qingdi either. Even though his current name was Old Drunkard, everyone called him Old Drunkard, and they even forgot his original name. With a casual flick of a spoon, he could toss up a silver river. The silver river was like a silver dragon, condensing into a solid whole. It soared out of the vat and charged at Fang Yan. This was the most barbaric charge, so barbaric that it didn't require any technique. And because of the strong alcohol smell in the burning knife, this silver dragon was filled with the tyranny of a dragon and the killing intent of a knife. Dragons were the most powerful and arrogant creatures in the world. Those who stood in their way would die, and those who stood in their way would perish. Although this was a wine dragon, and although its strength was greatly reduced compared to the truth, it still had the power to destroy insignificant humans. Boom! The dragon's head slammed into Fang Yan. That small silver dragon opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to swallow Fang Yan whole. Whoosh! The Taiji heart spun, and the Taiji realm unfolded naturally. Even Fang Yan's subconscious felt that he was in danger, and his body automatically reacted. In the Taiji realm, this silver dragon was even clearer, and its momentum was even more ferocious. Fang Yan could clearly see the crystal-clear water droplets. These countless violent water droplets formed this water dragon, singing a passionate battle song, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in preparation for battle. Fang Yan stretched out a finger. That finger didn't block the dragon's head, because the impact of the dragon's head would fracture or break his finger. His finger pointed at the dragon's spine in the middle of the dragon's body. The rebound force of the dragon's spine was astonishing, almost bouncing off his finger. Fang Yan was very stubborn, and forcibly pierced a large hole in the dragon's spine. Slashing the dragon's spine. Hit the snake where it hurts, slashing the dragon's spine. Bang! The silver dragon split into two, and the energy in the middle was no longer connected. It couldn't support the entire silver dragon, and the dragon's body exploded. As the rain fell, Fang Yan opened his mouth and drank the wine that splashed over. Good wine, Fang Yan praised loudly. Everything has been removed, only wine and poetry remain. How can you drink without a vessel? Mo Qingdi raised his hand and slapped the vat. The wine vat that was half the height of a man under his feet was lifted off the ground and smashed towards Fang Yan. Fang Yan took the plum blossom steps and stretched out one hand. Just as the wine jar was about to reach him, he took a step forward and slapped the edge of the wine port with his right hand. A majestic atmosphere came from above the wine jar, rejecting Fang Yan's guidance and control. This was not the gravity of the wine jar, but the residual flow of qi from Mo Qingdi's slap. Fang Yan slapped the vat with one hand and his body spun rapidly. His feet stepped on the 12 plum blossom palaces, and he spun the wine jar around like a spinning top. Hoo hoo hoo, the wind howled, and the snow swirled. The green-robed youth carried the wine jar to show off his skills, heroic and unrestrained. When he felt that the old drunkard's slap on the wine jar had completely dissipated, Fang Yan had gained full control of the wine jar. Boom! Fang Yan suddenly raised the wine jar with one hand, and the wine inside the jar poured out like a sudden waterfall. Fang Yan opened his mouth and gulped. The wine flew out quickly, and so did Fang Yan. No matter how fast he drank, it was not as fast as pouring the wine out of the jar. Thus, a large amount of wine was poured over Fang Yan's face, head, clothes, and neck. His entire person became a drunkard. Who? After taking a big gulp, Fang Yan finally felt satisfied, and casually threw the huge jar that weighed hundreds of pounds to the old drunkard. The old drunkard caught the jar and also took a big gulp. The difference was that he poured slowly, and drank boldly. Not a single drop of wine spilled out, and not a single drop was wasted. The old drunkard drank for a very, very long time. Fang Yan was also used to this way of drinking. Boom! The old drunkard reached out, and the wine jar fell back to its original place. The two looked at each other and laughed. Fang Yan laughed happily, and the old drunkard laughed happily. In one's life, having 2 or 3 bosom friends accompany you to drink and eat with you was the greatest joy. The stray cat in the corner was scared away, and the rat that stole the wine was startled. Even the fluttering snowflakes didn't dare to get close to him. From point to line, is this the evolved heart of Tai Chi? The old drunkard didn't look at Fang Yan, and turned to walk back to the hut. He conveniently picked up a wine gourd from a corner, and after drinking a mouthful, he sat down on the deck chair under the eaves. The deck chair was made of bamboo, and because of excessive friction, its original color could no longer be seen. However, the body of the chair was shiny, and it gave off an oily brilliance. It's not bad, right? Fang Yan said proudly. Before he had the heart of Tai Chi, mountains were still mountains, and water was still water. In front of him was a green mountain, and that was a green mountain. However, with the heart of Tai Chi, mountains weren't just mountains, but forests, rivers, rugged rocks, flowers blooming, birds chirping, tigers roaring, and dragons roaring. That was the state Fang Yan was in before he ran away, and the old drunkard was very familiar with this. In the Battle of One Sword Peak, the life and death battle between Fang Yan and the Japanese sword god, the heart of Tai Chi changed again at the critical moment. If it was still a mountain, the forests and rivers he saw would become pictographic lines. The rugged rocks were the lines, and the flowers blooming and birds chirping were also the lines. The lines were dynamic, like an electronic map, from the beginning to the end, allowing Fang Yan to clearly see the process of flowers blooming and withering. This was the upgraded heart of Tai Chi. The heart of Tai Chi had already developed to this stage. What was the next change? What would the next step of its upgrade be? Fang Yan didn't know. My heart of Tai Chi has improved, but my drinking capacity hasn't. The old drunkard took another sip of wine and said aloud. He could go without food for 3 days now, but he couldn't go without wine for a day. His heart was trapped in a mental barrier, and his life was unbearable, which made him look very sad. It depends on who I'm competing with, Fang Yan said. Of course I can't compare with you and Yi Ro, but compared with those people outside, I'm also a general who always wins in drinking. It was impossible for the old drunkard to entertain him, so he ran into the house alone, found a 4-legged stool, and put it next to the old drunkard. The two sat under the eaves, drinking, admiring the snow, and talking about Fang Yan's heart of Tai Chi. You're ahead of us. The old drunkard said softly. If he didn't quickly put his voice into his ears, it was very likely to be blown away by the wind. My heart of Tai Chi is a wasteland, like a barren land. Not even a blade of grass grows, withered and cracked. The cracks are like mocking smiling faces. Apart from receiving mockery and despair, there is nothing to be gained. What you've experienced is something I've never experienced, and in the Fang family, there are only 2 people who can have the heart of Tai Chi. I don't have any experience to teach you, so you can only rely on yourself to explore. It's very difficult and dangerous. But I'm not worried about you at all. You think I'm talented? Fang Yan said with a smile. I mean, you're really lucky, the old drunkard said. After being beaten for 10 years, you were actually able to comprehend the heart of Tai Chi because of the sudden upgrade of the heart of Tai Chi. Such a humiliating thing like skipping class and running away became the object of praise and praise by countless people after coming back. They said that you've taken a different path. It really makes me blush to hear it. Fang Yan chuckled. No matter how the old drunkard attacked him, he felt that it was a compliment. Their relationship was like that of a teacher and a friend, and there were almost no secrets between them. Luck is also a kind of strength, Fang Yan said with a smile. Even the Japanese sword god was defeated by me. Who dares to say that I'm not strong enough? In the past, every time Yi Ro saw me, she wanted to beat me up. Today, I directly went to the Yi family to challenge them. Hey, guess what? No one in such a big Yi family dared to come out and fight me. Fang Yan shook his head gently and said, I'm lonely and seeking defeat. It's hard to find an opponent in Swallow Dock. The old drunkard knew what Fang Yan was thinking. He said this deliberately to provoke him. Unfortunately, if this kind of stimulation could make him regain his strength, why would he be so decadent? The heart of Tai Chi not only relied on hard practice, but also enlightenment. 10 years of practice was not as good as 1 night of enlightenment. This was the saying of Tai Chi. Success came from the heart of Tai Chi, and failure came from the heart of Tai Chi. The old drunkard continued to drink and didn't take Fang Yan's words seriously. He said, you can talk to Yi Ro about this matter. Maybe she can help you. I was going to talk to her about it today, but I forgot, Fang Yan said. I heard that you asked her to take a walk to see the snow. Yes. I also treated her to a sumptuous lunch and drank your favorite shadaozi, Fang Yan said with a proud face. We've now buried the hatchet, turned enemies into friends, and let go of the hatred with a smile. Buried the hatchet? Turned enemies into friends? The old drunkard glanced at Fang Yan with his drunken eyes and said, the hatred is gone, but the kindness is still there. I understand, Fang Yan said. I didn't know about this until I came back this time. It turns out that my grandfather went to the Yi family to provoke me every year when I competed with Yi Ro. What he said was too much. Who else would he hit if not you? She patiently beat me for 10 years. I naturally have to remember this 10 years of kindness. It's not patience. The old drunkard said. It's holding back the disgust. It's disgusting for anyone to do the same thing for 10 years. How could it be disgusting to witness the rise of a genius? I think she should be filled with a sense of accomplishment. Every time you're beaten to the point of crying for your mom and dad, crawling under tables and chairs, hugging your opponent's legs and begging for mercy, who would be filled with a sense of accomplishment from conquering such an opponent? I feel like you're insulting me, Fang Yan said. You're right, the old drunkard said. If it wasn't because I have something to ask of you, I would definitely challenge you, Fang Yan said fiercely. Then, he looked at the old drunkard with a fawning expression and said, Senior, can I introduce an old friend to you? Chapter 344. Don't call me senior brother, the old drunkard said unhappily. Senior Mo, get out. Fine, old drunkard, do me a favor. Only you can do me this favor. I'll bring someone to see you. Fang Yan made his request directly. Who? Chiba Bin, Fang Yan said. Fang Yan was a lucky guy, so Chiba Bin was a very unlucky guy. Hua Xia, who went to a faraway place, was prepared to show off his skills and show off the power of the East Ocean Sword God. No one would have thought that the person he had inadvertently challenged, a young man who was originally unknown, would actually defeat him. His feet just touched the dust, but his sword was not stained with blood. He lost to someone who shouldn't have lost. His journey of challenge was put on hold, and the sword god was disgraced. However, during the Battle of One Sword Peak, Fang Yan was still shocked by Chiba Bin's powerful and miraculous swordsmanship. Most importantly, at the moment of sudden danger in the arsenal, he risked his life to save Fang Yan. He used his body to push away Fang Yan's body and helped him avoid the first round of gunfire. His swordsmanship won Fang Yan's respect, and his character won Fang Yan's respect. The East Ocean Sword God deserved his reputation. After the battle, Fang Yan took Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan to visit. Chiba Bin was calm and didn't look down at all. He just made a request to Fang Yan, let him see Mo Qingdi. Fang Yan agreed. It was a request that was hard to refuse. Whether it was from his point of view or from Mo Qingdi's point of view, he could only agree. The old drunkard was silent, his palm gently stroking the wine gourd in his hand. Chiba Bin, his old friend. He wanted to see him. It was like a voice from a long time ago, or a tragic comedy. At that time, Don underestimate enemy was like a shining star, like the blazing sun in the sky. He was the genius martial art practitioner with the most potential in Swallow Dock, and he was also the number one person on the Longhu leaderboard that received the most attention in the pugilistic world. The 3 dragons and 7 tigers protected Hua Xia's peace. At that time, Mo Qingdi was one of the 3 dragons. At that time, Mo Qingdi was the center of attention. At that time, Mo Qingdi had beheaded over 300 people in a fit of rage. At that time, Mo Qingdi had defeated almost no one in Hua Xia. At that time, Mo Qingdi felt that there was nothing in this world that could stop him from moving forward. At that time, Mo Qingdi felt that there was nothing in this world that could stop the 3-foot blade in his hand. It was also at that time that Mo Xia went to the East Ocean alone with his sword. He swept through the 36 islands of the East Ocean alone, and finally fought against the Thousand Leaves army on Mount Hachibi. Don't underestimate the enemy is Hua Xia's Azure Dragon, and the Ministry of War is the East Ocean's new sword god. The 2 of them battled for a day and a night, but it was hard to determine the victor. Qianye was not convinced and wanted to fight again. Mo Qingdi only replied with one word, childish. At that time, Mo Qingdi could call the East Ocean sword god childish without any scruples. It was also because of that word that Qianye came to his senses and knew that he had lost. He lost in his mentality and in his artistic conception. From then on, he comprehended the sword day and night and came to the East Huaxia again. He came to see Mo Qingdi. He wanted to repeat the great battle of the past. To put a complete end to the entanglement between them. Fang Yan looked at the old drunkard and said in a deep voice, "In fact, I hope you refuse. It's hard to refuse an old wine and an old friend. He is a proud man and a man worthy of respect." The old drunkard's mind still hadn't come back, and his voice was still floating. "Tell him that I'm waiting for him at Swallow Dock." After getting the old drunkard's affirmative answer, Fang Yan suddenly lost interest in talking. He felt that he was also a man of Wulin, but sometimes he didn't understand the thoughts of Wulin people at all. He stood up, patted the snow on his body, and said, "It's late. Go back to sleep." The old drunkard didn't seem to hear Fang Yan's words. He was still lying lazily on the smooth recliner. He took a sip of wine and looked sad. His thoughts were integrated into the boundless land. That year, it was also snowing in the capital. The two dragons fought against the Black Tortoise Gate. The Azure Dragon's meridians were broken and he died in the battle. And his opponent was the Dragon God. With the strong and turbulent burning knife in his mouth, he felt sad and bitter. He was no different from Qianye. They were both the waves in the Yangtze River that pushed the waves in front. Outside the courtyard wall, Fang Yan's tuneless singing came, hot blood surged like the waves in the river, like the waves in the sea, often stirred in my heart just because the shame hasn't been cleared, indignation can't be dispelled, hot blood melted like a flamer, like the rising sun, often surged in my heart. Get up quickly to get rid of evil for yourself, be loyal to the country. Get up quickly to get rid of evil for yourself and be loyal to the country. Get up quickly to get rid of evil for yourself and be loyal to the country. Get up quickly to get rid of evil for yourself and be loyal to the country. No one knew whether it was intentional or not, but Fang Yan sang the last sentence over and over again. Every time he sang it, it was more passionate and hot-blooded than before. This voice was frozen by the heavy snow and blown away by the strong wind. It went straight to the sky and reached the 9 provinces. The old drunkard's body was curled up on the recliner. His eyes were closed and he didn't move. Once again, he was drunk and passed out. Every day was a new day. Every time he opened his eyes, there would be a surprise. When Fang Yan opened his eyes, he saw Fang Yingying's fat face right in front of him. He resisted the urge to punch him and said angrily, "Can you please brush your teeth the next time you wake up? Don't you know that your tone is very heavy? Junior Marshal Uncle, did you go for a walk with Miss Yi yesterday?" Fang Yingying asked with a surprised expression. This surprised expression was very good. It showed that he was surprised about this matter and also expressed his infinite admiration for Junior Marshal Uncle Fang Yan. Acting was really a technical job. So what? Fang Yan felt that Fang Yingying's face was a little more amiable. Isn't this a very normal thing? You can't say that. Other than Junior Marshal Uncle, who else in Swallow Dock is qualified to go for a walk with Miss Yi? We've been in Swallow Dock for so many years, but we've never heard of Miss Yi going for a walk with a man hand in hand. Fang Yingying said with a proud expression. Yesterday, Fang Haohan and I went to the city to buy some New Year's goods. When we came back today, we heard about this, so we specially came over to congratulate Junior Marshal Uncle. Just for this? You really don't know much. Could you please move your head back a little? Fang Yan pushed Fang Yingying's head away, lifted the quilt, and jumped out of bed. It's not just this. Fang Yingying said with a smile. Jiang Qin called me and said that she couldn't get through to your phone, she's looking for you quite urgently, and wants you to call her back. Jiang Qin. Fang Yan just remembered that he had promised Jiang Qin that he would contact her after the winter break. She and Yuan Lin wouldn't be in a hurry to return to Huaqing after the break. They would wait for him in Yanjing, and he would accompany them for a walk around Yanjing city. Fang Yan looked around for his phone, but found that it was nowhere to be found. I called many times, but it's turned off. Fang Yingying said. Fang Yan thought seriously for a long time, and said, I don't know if it fell in the bamboo forest or in the snow yesterday, or maybe I lost it when I was having a snowball fight with them. Forget it, lend me your phone for a while. Fang Yan took Fang Yingying's phone, and asked, how did Jiang Qin get your phone number? Fang Yingying said embarrassedly, I think she's pretty, so I wanted to acknowledge her as a younger sister, she agreed. No. Why? She said she's your younger sister, and she's worried that people will misunderstand me as her biological brother. Forget it, let's not talk about these sad things. Fang Yingying said very sadly. I'm also very handsome, but why can't I be liked by girls like Junior Marshall Uncle? What's wrong with me? Fang Yan quickly dialed Jiang Qin's number. Jiang Qin picked up very quickly, and shouted with surprise, Mr. Fang, is that you? It's me. Fang Yan felt the joy in her voice, and said with guilt, Jiang Qin, I'm really sorry, I said I'd look for you when I came back, I've been very busy since I came back. I know. I understand. Jiang Qin comforted him. You haven't been home for so long, you must have been very busy. We don't blame you at all. You? You and Yuanlin? Yes. Didn't we agree on it? We'll wait for you at school after the holidays, do you have time now? Yes. Fang Yan said. Although he was avoiding Jiang Qin and Yuanlin a bit, and felt that the way these two girls looked at him wasn't quite right. But in his eyes, they were just two kids. They came to Yanjing from the faraway Huaqing to study, and as an elder, he had the responsibility to take care of them on behalf of their parents. Where are you? I'll go find you. Really? When are you coming? Jiang Qin asked excitedly. Yuanlin's cheering voice came from the other side of the phone. Let's go now. Fang Yan calculated the time and said, let's have lunch together at noon. Okay, okay. Yuanlin and I will wait for you at school. Call me when you're almost there, and we'll pick you up at the school gate. See you later. Fang Yan said. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yan saw Fang Yingying looking at him pitifully. Hero, lend me your phone for a day. I'll return it after I buy a new one. Fang Yan directly put Fang Yingying's phone into his pocket. No problem, no problem. Junior Marshall Uncle, you can use it whenever you want, it doesn't matter how long you use it, Junior Marshall Uncle, actually I don't have any plans today. Fang Yingying looked at Fang Yan with a face full of smiles, his meaning was quite obvious. You don't have any plans? Fang Yan thought for a moment and said, then you can sweep the snow at home. Sweep the snow in the front and backyard so it's not inconvenient to walk. Chapter 345. A fence needs 3 stakes, a Prince Charming needs 3 helpers. If you want to be a standard Prince Charming, you always need 2 or 3 ugly melons and bad dates to serve as a foil. Fang Yan had always liked Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, because as long as they stood with him, he would look handsome for no reason. However, today, Fang Yan still didn't bring them out. On one hand, he wanted to be more low-key in front of the 2 little girls, Jiang Qin and Yuanlin. Another important reason was, who would want to bring 2 talkative people around? If you couldn't help but punch them, others would think that you were a person with violent tendencies. If you didn't beat them up, you would think that you were a masochist. His mood was very contradictory. The weather was getting colder and colder, and the snow was getting heavier. After a while, a layer of ice and snow melted, but it was soon covered by even heavier snow. The previously bustling and solemn Yanjing city had become a world of ice and snow. It always felt like the sky was covered with a layer of gray gauze, but because of the small white fairies, it became a bit of a fantasy and romantic feeling. The snow was too heavy, and people were not willing to go out. There were not many cars on the road, but in the iceberg and sea of snow, all the cars could only crawl slowly in the snow, like frozen snails. Fang Yan drove the family's old Hongqi car, which was his grandfather's car in the past, and had always been very well maintained. Fang Yan felt that it was classical and solemn, and had the style of a gentleman. He liked to drive this car when he was at home. As the old saying goes, a person likes to show off what they lack. Fang Huohuo really wished that he was a gentleman who wore a well-ironed suit, a beautiful bow tie, a small black top hat, and a cane, ready to dance the song, "Know a Woman by Smelling Her Scent," with a beautiful girl at any time. Yes, that was what he thought. Which man didn't want to be such a gentleman? Kacha kacha, the sound of the car tires crushing the stiff snow debris gave people an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Just like a child's favorite game of stepping on those air cushion membranes with small air bubbles, Fang Yan liked this kind of sound with the desire to destroy. The car was moving very slowly, but Fang Yan was not anxious at all. He liked winter and snow. She liked the snow-covered roads, cars, houses, pines, cypresses, and everything else. The things she was used to seeing looked more pleasing to the eye than usual because of the white decoration. When Fang Yan parked the car in front of the music school, he took out his phone and called Jiang Qin. It was a world of ice and snow outside. He did not intend to let them come out too early to be frozen in the snow. As a gentleman, he had to think of the ladies around him at all times. As for the men around her, they could think whatever they wanted. When Jiang Qin received a call from Fang Yan, they were still practicing piano in the music classroom. If it was in the past, they would be more willing to stay in the bed in the dormitory and have a good sleep. It was a world of ice and snow outside, and they were lying on the big bed in the dormitory, reading Bunyong Gulong or Lu Xiaohui's novels, or watching a few rural love stories on the iPad. When they were hungry, they would cook a bag of instant noodles with the induction cooker hidden at the bottom of the wardrobe and crack an egg in it. These days were like the days in heaven. But today, the two of them could not lie down. Thinking that Mr. Fang would be coming soon, the two girls got up early, washed their faces and teeth, ran to the third cafeteria of the restaurant for a sumptuous breakfast, and then began to choose clothes and dress up. Young girls casually wiped their faces with a few handfuls of natural beauty. After a few minutes, the two of them found that there was nothing to do. They could not stay in the dormitory anymore. They wanted to call and ask where Fang Yan was, but they were worried that this would make Mr. Fang think that they were too impatient and did not have a girl's modesty. The two of them discussed it and thought that if they happened to be practicing piano in the classroom when they received a call from Mr. Fang Yan, Mr. Fang would think that they were two diligent and beautiful girls. So, the two of them wrapped themselves in scarves and rushed to the piano room in the wind and snow. So, the phone rang in the piano room premeditatedly. Yuan Lin was playing piano, and Jiang Qin was holding the mobile phone and playing games absent-mindedly. The mobile phone in her hands suddenly rang sharply, which startled Jiang Qin. She was worried that she had ignored Fang Yan's call, so she deliberately set the ringtone to the maximum. Mr. Fang called. Jiang Qin shouted happily. Yuan Lin also ran over happily and said, "That's great, they're finally here." Jiang Qin made a shushing gesture and said, "Quickly sit back and play piano. If you don't play piano, how will Mr. Fang know that we are practicing piano?" "That's true." Yuan Lin quickly ran back to the piano and played the Blue Danube that she had not finished playing just now. When Yuan Lin's piano was in the right state, Jiang Qin then picked up the phone and said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, you are here?" "I'm sorry, I was practicing piano with Yuan Lin in the piano room and did not hear the phone. Good performance, it seems that you two are very diligent." Fang Yan indeed expressed his approval for their bitter winter practice. "I am now at the gate of your school. Have you finished practicing? Do you want me to wait for you?" "No need. We are going out now," Jiang Qin said while suppressing her joy. "Then see you in a bit," Fang Yan said. "See you in a bit," Jiang Qin said. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Lin had already jumped up from the chair. "How was it? What did Mr. Fang say?" "Mr. Fang is already waiting at the school gate, he wants us to go there now," Jiang Qin said. "Yay!" The two girls jumped up and gave each other a high five, then quickly packed their bags and prepared to go out. "Kacha, Kacha, They ran around the school, their beautiful furry boots stepped on the deep snow, leaving 2 lines of crooked footprints. From time to time, they would kick the pine branches on the side of the road, and the snow on the pine needles would fall down, splashing all over their bodies and into their collars. They were so cold that they were shivering, but they still giggled. Even the wind and snow felt their joy and danced around them. Screech! A black car stopped beside them. The window opened, and a pleasant male voice shouted to them, Junior sister, Junior sister." Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin stopped and looked at the boy waving at them, so they had to walk over. Jiang Qin looked at Guanyu and said, "Senior brother, why are you two back?" The students of the music academy were on vacation, but they were not students of the school, but disciples of teacher Mao Xianping. Therefore, the school system was invalid for them. As long as they were willing, they could go to teacher Mao Xianping at any time to ask for advice. Teacher Mao Xianping knew that Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin had not gone home, so he would give them advice from time to time. Whether it was for the sake of summer or the musical talent shown by Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, they all required teacher Mao Xianping to spend more effort and energy on them. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin did not go back, and Guanyu and Huang Yida, the 2 Yanjing locals, came to class every day. Today, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin went to the piano room and did not see Guanyu and Huang Yida. They thought they would not come today. They did not expect to meet them on campus. What surprised them even more was that Huang Yida was sitting in the passenger seat of Guanyu's car. How did these 2 people get together? The atmosphere in the car was ambiguous. Guanyu was only wearing a black sweater with a collar, which made him look even more handsome. He looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin with a smile and said, "Why can't we come? You and Yuan Lin are from Huacheng, so far away from home. Can't Ida and I take care of you as your senior brother? If we don't do anything, I'm afraid we can't explain it to teacher Mao. You 2 have been practicing too hard these days. Ida and I have discussed it and decided to take you out to play today. I'll take you to eat the most authentic roast duck in Yanjing City. Didn't Yuan Lin say she wanted to eat it last time? After eating and drinking, I'll take you to enjoy Yanjing City in the ice and snow. What do you think?" Seeing Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's awkward expressions, Huang Yida also advised, "Relax, it's good for our studies. We learn musical instruments. First, we have a sense of music, then we can express that feeling through the instruments. This is relaxing and also looking for inspiration." Jiang Qin said apologetically, "2 senior brothers, thank you for your kindness. But today is really not suitable, we already have an appointment." "An appointment?" Guanyu and Huang Yida's expression immediately became serious, and then quickly relaxed. Guanyu asked with a smile, "Who did you make an appointment with? I've never heard that you have friends in Yanjing before. Is it senior sister Xia Tian? If it's her, then it's even better. We haven't seen her for a long time, today we can play and learn from her, not sister Xia Tian." Yuan Lin said. "It's our friend, a very good friend." Yuan Lin didn't say that Fang Yan was their teacher. She was worried that Guanyu and Huang Yida would misunderstand. They didn't care much, but they didn't want to bring any bad influence to teacher Fang Yan. The incident with Brother Wolf in Huacheng had already left them with lingering fears. Especially Jiang Qin, because after the photos of her dancing with teacher Fang Yan were exposed, it caused many media in Huacheng to criticize Fang Yan. Even her mother was worried that there was some unspeakable secret between her and her teacher, so she chased teacher Fang Yan out of the small courtyard. "A very good friend?" Huang Yida squinted his eyes and smiled. "That's even better. Your friends are also our friends. Since you're in Yanjing City, let us, the hosts, treat you to a meal." Chapter 346. Yuan Lin was Huang Yida's, and Jiang Qin was Guanyu's. This was a tacit understanding between the 2 of them. It was precisely because the 2 of them liked different people and had the same direction of effort that the relationship between the 2 of them was getting better and better. It was no longer like before the arrival of Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, who looked down on each other and secretly fought with each other. They were both the personal disciples of teacher Mao Xianping. With this relationship alone, they had an advantage over others. The most important thing was that Guanu's father was Guo Qingyun, a famous domestic film and television star, and his mother was Li Xiaoying, a folk singer. Huang Yida didn't know where he came from, but he usually didn't put Guanu in his eyes. Obviously, his family background was not simple. They were talented, good-looking, born in a famous family, and had a famous teacher. Wasn't it natural for such a boy to be a little proud? They had confidence in themselves, and they knew that they would eventually be able to win the girl's heart. If a relationship happened between a fellow apprentice and a sister, wouldn't it be a good story? However, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were very vigilant. They maintained a respectful but not close friendship with them. The two of them had asked Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin countless times to eat together, go shopping together, and watch a movie together, but they were all rejected. The only time they succeeded was when they went to the concert of the famous Italian band Forest, which was led by teacher Mao Xianping. Of course, after the concert, they also tried to invite them to eat crayfish and drink beer alone. Jiang Qin said that she didn't like crayfish, so she refused. They also suspected that Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin had a boyfriend, but after careful observation and analysis, they found that there was no sign of a relationship at all. First, the phone did not ring for a long time, and there would not be frequent messages. Second, the two of them were alone after school and on weekends, and they didn't see any suspicious people. Third, they were still virgins. This was a smell, a femininity. Ordinary people didn't understand, but they understood. Now that they heard that a good friend was coming, they didn't take the good friend too seriously. If only one of Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin was happy, then either Guanu or Huang Yida would be worried. But they were both so happy at the same time that they were not worried at all. It was impossible for two people to fall in love with the same man, right? The reason why they insisted on treating was not because of jealousy, but simply because they wanted to show their superiority in front of their good friend. Huang Yida looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin and said, "We're all on the same side. Is there any inconvenience?" Jiang Qin was very embarrassed and said, "My friend, he's a bit shy and doesn't know how to talk in front of strangers. We didn't tell him that we're bringing new friends. What if he's unhappy? Senior brother, why don't we meet again next time?" Guanu laughed and said, "First time is new, second time is familiar. How about this, we'll treat the both of you to a meal. After the meal, if he's still not familiar with us, Ida and I will leave first. We definitely won't disturb the reunion between your friends. What do you think? That's not good, is it?" There's nothing wrong." Huang Yida interrupted Jiang Qin's words and said, "We'll listen to senior brother this time. Your friend is here, how can we, as big brothers, not help to entertain him? Don't feel embarrassed, just do it this way. Where is that friend? Let's go and greet him first, then treat him to the best roast duck in Yanjing. Of course, if you have better recommendations, you can tell me. Don't think about saving money for senior brother." Fang Yan sat in the car and listened to music. He didn't pay much attention to a black Mercedes-Benz parked beside him. When he saw Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin get out of the car, he smiled and opened the window. He said with a smile, "The treatment in school is not bad. You even have a luxury car." Jiang Qin was worried that Fang Yan would be angry. He carefully looked at Fang Yan and said, "Mr. Fang, they are our senior brothers, they said they want to treat you to a meal." Looking at Guanu and Huang Yida who opened the door and got out of the car, Fang Yan waved at them and said to Jiang Qin with a smile, "When did my character become so good?" Guanu walked in front of Fang Yan and looked at the logo on Fang Yan's car, as well as the plain license plate number. His confidence increased a lot again. He said, "I'm Guanu. Jiang Qin and I are both teacher Mao Xuanping students. What's your name?" He could see that Fang Yan was older than him and Huang Yida. Naturally, he was much older than Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin. It seemed that this person was Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's brother. Fang Yan. Fang Yan reached out and shook hands with Guanu and said, Jiang Qin said that you want to treat me to a meal. You're too polite. It's what we should do. Guanu said with a smile. We are Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's senior brother and junior sister. We were going to take them out to play today and treat them to a big meal. We heard that you're here, so let's go together. It's more lively with more people. Fang Yan didn't care. To be honest, he could see that the two boys were interested in Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin. It was normal for such a thing to happen at this age. As the former teacher of Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, he could only tell them not to fall in love at such a young age. But if they had their own ideas, Fang Yan couldn't force them. Besides, although he promised to take Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin around Yanjing, in fact, he hadn't been to Yanjing at all. If there were these two attentive boys leading the way, Fang Yan would feel that the burden on his shoulders would be a lot lighter. Fang Yan looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, and the two girls secretly winked at him. He understood what they meant. Thank you for your invitation. Fang Yan said. With a kind and gentle smile on his face, he tried to use words that wouldn't hurt other people's self-esteem. I really appreciate it. But today is not suitable. I'm going to take them home for dinner. The elders in my family have already prepared it at home. Why don't we make an appointment next time? Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin squinted their eyes and smiled. Guanu and Huang Yida's faces showed a touch of anger. When Jiang Qin turned to look at Guanu and Huang Yida, the smile on her face had turned into an apologetic one. She said guiltily, two senior brothers, I'm really sorry. Why don't we make an appointment next time? There are still many opportunities anyway. Yes. Let's go to Fang's house for dinner. It may not be very convenient. Guanu glanced at Huang Yida and knew that he had no intention to speak, so he said aloud, in that case, forget it. Let's make an appointment next time. Goodbye, senior brother. Jiang Qin waved to Guanu and Huang Yida, pulled open the passenger seat next to Fang Yan and sat down. Yuan Lin also wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but it was a step too late. She also waved to Guanu and Huang Yida and said, Senior brother, I'm really sorry today. Then she opened the rear door and sat down. See you if there's a chance. Fang Yan said goodbye to Guanu and Huang Yida and drove his classic car away. When Fang Yan and his party walked away, the smile on Guanu's face gradually froze. She turned to look at Huang Yida and asked, What do you think? Such an obvious refusal and you still can't see it, do you think we are idiots? Huang Yida said coldly. Those two bitches are deliberately playing with us. It doesn't matter if they play with us, but if they provoke us to play with them, then they will suffer. Guanu was also very dissatisfied with the performance of Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin and said, What are they so proud of? Beautiful women. There is no lack of beautiful women in this world, what should we do now? First, find out who that person is, and then find out what's going on. What do you mean? Anyway, we have nothing to do today. Let's go out for a walk. Huang Yida said. Guanu laughed and said, That's true. Let's go out for a walk. I really haven't had a good look at Yanjing City after it snowed. Fang Yan was driving while joking with Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, and said, Both of them are handsome, don't you like them? Who likes them? Jiang Qin said, curling his lips. They are all naive little kids. Not mature at all. Yuan Lin also echoed. Fang Yan was amused by their words and said, Other people are naive little kids, but you two are not naive? Of course we are not naive, we are mature. Yuan Lin said. Mr. Fang, where are you going to take us? Where do you want to go? Fang Yan asked. You are from Yanjing, of course we will listen to your arrangements. Yuan Lin said, pouting. Fang Yan thought about it and said, Let's go eat first. What do you want to eat? We will listen to your arrangements, the two girls said at the same time. I am most afraid of the words listen to my arrangements, Fang Yan said helplessly. He really didn't know much about food, and he usually didn't like to eat out. Fang Yan put forward several choices, and finally the two girls agreed to eat Yanjing City's special copper stove hot pot. Each of them had a small copper pot, and then they put meat and vegetables into the pot. Eating hot pot in this kind of weather was also suitable. Fang Yan found a relatively famous hot pot restaurant, then stopped the car and walked into the hot pot restaurant with the two girls. As soon as they entered the restaurant, a black Mercedes-Benz followed them and parked the car in front of the restaurant. Guanyu and Huang Yida also opened the door and got out of the car, then walked into the hot pot restaurant. They actually followed them all the way here. On the main road in front of the hot pot restaurant, a black Buick off-road vehicle was parked. Sitting in the car was a man in black wearing sunglasses. He looked at the antique door of the hot pot restaurant and said, Fang Yan has entered the capital. Fang Huohua entered Xifang City, startling several beauties in the snow. Chapter 347. In the sizzling hot pot, thin slices of mutton, duck blood, vermicelli, bean sprouts, frozen tofu, and emperor's dish were put in, accompanied by garlic soy sauce or peanut butter. The hot pot was delicious. Fang Yan, Jiang Qin, and Yuan Lin were sweating profusely. The three discussed the afternoon itinerary while eating, and the final result of the discussion was to go to Mount Tangshan to soak in the hot spring. Of course, this was decided by the two little girls, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin. Fang Yan originally proposed to go to the zoo or aquarium, so that they could laugh for a long time. What era is it now? You still want to take girls to the zoo? Fang Yan told them very seriously that he only regarded them as children, not as girls. The two girls went crazy together and kicked Fang Yan several times under the table. This scene made Guanyu and Huang Yida in the distance even angrier. In their eyes, these three people were clearly flirting. They usually pretend to be saints, but now look at their debauchery, Guanyu sneered. It seems that their relationship is not simple. Huang Yida's eyes were also full of sparks, and he said angrily, previously, for the sake of the same teacher, we took care of them. Now it seems that our performance is still too gentle. Yes, we should use some different means. Otherwise, they will treat us as a poor spare tire. Guanyu said. What's the way on senior brother's side? Huang Yida came a few days earlier than Guanyu, and he was the first disciple of Mao Xianping. Guanyu came a little later than him, so he called him senior brother. There is a way, but which one to take, it depends on their performance and my mood. Huang Yida said in a sarcastic tone, now it seems that the kid has a lot of means. One dragon and two phoenixes, enjoying the happiness of the world. I have to admire him. Who said that just now? He said that he is shy in front of strangers, and I'm afraid that he can't even speak. Now it seems that he doesn't look like he can't speak in front of strangers at all. The words, one dragon and two phoenixes, completely infuriated Guanyu. He sneered and said, then I'll wait to watch a good show. This is Yanjing City, we can't be bullied by a little tramp that popped out of nowhere. Bully? I've tasted everything, but I don't know what it's like to be bullied. I really want to try it. Maybe that kid has a big background. When we go up to teach him a lesson, he suddenly reveals his identity and gives us a show of strength. Then, we brothers will have kicked an iron plate. At that time, senior brother had a taste of being bullied. The story is not bad. It's just a story, Huang Yida said confidently. In this four-corner city, his father's position was not very prominent, but it was very important. There were people who were more powerful than his father, but he was definitely not a guy who drove a red flag from decades ago to pick up girls. Guanyu had always been curious about Huang Yida's origin. He asked again, senior brother, your family, what is it? If there's any money-making business, I'll have to help junior brother out. Our family doesn't do business. We're just servants of the people. We can't compare to your parents, who are big stars. Huang Yida said lightly. Although he said that his parents couldn't compare to Guan Yu's parents who were stars, there was no can't compare attitude on his face at all. Ha, the people's servants are good. The public servants are great. Guan Yu said with a smile. Guan Yu was still very satisfied with Huang Yida's answer. Although his answer was not too clear, he had already guessed it. The people's servants were full of arrogance and often did not put him in their eyes. Could they be regarded as ordinary people's servants? If they didn't reach that level, they were not qualified to be shameless and arrogant in front of him. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Fang Yan paid the bill, and the three drove to Mount Tang, which was near Yanjing. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Fang Yan paid the bill and the three drove to Mount Tang, which was located near Yanjing. Although it was Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin who proposed to soak in the hot spring, Fang Yan also thought it was a good idea. On this snowy day, they could find a hot spring to soak in the afternoon, drink a glass of grape juice or cold plum wine, and let the two little beauties massage his back and shoulders. Thinking of this, Fang Yan was still looking forward to it. Mount Tang was full of hot springs, but the most famous one was the first-class hot spring. The first-class hot spring had a very long history. It was said that an emperor of the Ming dynasty liked to soak in the hot spring here during the summer. The first-class hot spring was also named by the emperor himself. Later, after many renovations and expansions, the first-class hot spring became the largest and most luxurious hot spring villa in the Mount Tang area. After parking the car in the parking lot of the first-class hot spring, the three walked to the reception hall. A beautiful receptionist wearing a peony cheongsam greeted them with a smile and asked if the three wanted to go to the public area to soak or a private courtyard to soak. Fang Yan thought about it and said, "Then let's get a private courtyard." He simply thought that there was no need to squeeze with a group of people in a big bathhouse. On the one hand, it made him feel that it was not very hygienic, and another important reason was that he did not want to become the object of envy or hostility again because he brought two beautiful girls in the crowd. Besides, he was now well off and had hundreds of millions of cash in his card, so he did not need to care about the extra expenses. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin looked at Fang Yan with red faces. Obviously, they had some unnecessary misunderstanding about Fang Yan. Please follow me. The receptionist looked at Fang Yan, and then looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin who came with him. She thought that this man was really lucky. The private courtyard was actually an independent courtyard. There were rooms and a living room in the courtyard where one could wash and rest. There was also a huge hot spring pool. Three sides of the courtyard were surrounded by walls, and one side was covered by a dense bamboo forest. Outside the bamboo forest was Mount Tang. Even standing on the top of Mount Tang, one could not see the scene in the courtyard. There was still snow in the courtyard, and in the middle of the white snow lay a hot spring pool that was steaming. Lying in the pool, a person could reach out and catch a snowflake. This feeling was really wonderful. Jiang Qin reached out and touched the water in the hot spring pool. He said happily, "It's so hot. It must be very comfortable." Yuan Lin also reached out and touched it. She said, "I really want to jump in." "Then let's jump in," Fang Yan said with a smile. The two girls were happy, and he was also in a good mood. "In your dreams." Jiang Qin rolled his eyes at Fang Yan. "Pervert," Yuan Lin echoed. Fang Yan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't the two of you say you want to jump in?" Jiang Qin said with a sad face, "Mr. Fang, we forgot something very important." "What is it?" "We forgot to bring swimsuits," Jiang Qin said. "Then what should we do?" Fang Yan said awkwardly. "Do you want me to buy it for you?" "There's no need," Jiang Qin said with a red face. "I saw a shop in the lobby just now. We should be able to buy swimsuits there. Yuan Lin and I will go by ourselves." Fang Yan realized that although he had always treated Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin as children, they were actually not children. These small personal items had to be bought by themselves. Fang Yan nodded and said, then you guys go. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin went shopping. Fang Yan tested the water temperature. It was indeed a bit hot. But in this snowy weather, if the temperature was not high enough, it was easy to freeze. Fang Yan thought that he should quickly take off his clothes and jump into the hot spring before the two girls came back. It would save him the embarrassment of changing in front of them. Fang Yan thought of this and did it. He quickly took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of briefs. Then he found a pair of disposable shorts in the room and put them on. This should be the clothes provided by the hotel for the guests to soak in the hot spring. Just as he was about to boil a cup of water to make a pot of tea, he heard the voices of the two girls in the courtyard. He did not bother to boil the tea. He quickly ran to the backyard and jumped into the hot spring. Whoosh, water splashed everywhere. Whoosh, hot air boiled. Fang Yan let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that all the pores on his body had opened up. This feeling was quite wonderful. Hearing the sound of water in the backyard, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin quickly ran over. Seeing Fang Yan soaking in the hot spring, they said, Mr. Fang, you soaked in first? Yes. Fang Yan's body shrank in the hot spring. Only his head was exposed. He said, I came in first to help you test the temperature. Then we'll also go and change clothes, said Jiang Qin. Mr. Fang, don't peek. Yuan Lin said with a chuckle. What kind of person do you think I am? Fang Yan said angrily. You're so young but full of mischief. What's there to see? Fang Yan leaned his head against the stone wall at the edge of the hot spring and closed his eyes to take a nap. This was indeed a place for people to relax. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Qin's voice was heard. The girl's voice was soft and timid. She said, Mr. Fang, can you close your eyes first? Close my eyes? Fang Yan thought for a moment. He had already closed his eyes. However, after being reminded by Jiang Qin, he opened his eyes and glanced at the room. He said, What's wrong? Why do you want me to close my eyes? Mr. Fang, don't peek. Yuan Lin's body was hidden behind the curtain. Only her small head was peeking out. Seeing Fang Yan open his eyes and look around, she immediately shouted mercilessly. I didn't look. I didn't look. Fang Yan quickly explained. In order to prove his innocence, he buried his whole head in the hot spring. He held his breath for a long time. When he felt that the air in his chest had been used up, he suddenly drilled out of the pool. Then, he saw two little mermaids in swimsuits sitting on the other side of the pool and looking at him with a smile. Chapter 348. A girl's mind was more meticulous. Jiang Qin not only bought a swimsuit, but also a bottle of red wine. Yuan Lin took 2 goblets from the wine cabinet and said to Fang Yan, there are only 2 glasses. Of course, it's for me and honey, you can use the teacup. So Fang Yan held the teacup and drank the red wine. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin clinked their glasses together and said, cheers. They gulped down the red wine in their glasses and giggled. I'm so happy. Jiang Qin stretched out her body and leaned her beautiful head against the wall of the pool. She said, how nice it would be to be like this every day. Yuan Lin lay next to Jiang Qin and said, if it's like this every day, you don't want to learn music? You don't want to play the piano? You don't want to learn the zither? I'm just saying, Jiang Qin said with a sigh. I don't really want to do that. If we slack off all day, Sister Xia Tian will be worried. Exactly. We go sightseeing all day and soak in the hot spring. Didn't Sister Xia Tian spend so much effort on us for nothing? Jiang Qin looked at Fang Yan and asked, Mr. Fang, are you still going to Huaqing next year? Yes. Fang Yan nodded. Why not? I've always felt strange, Jiang Qin looked at Fang Yan with a puzzled look and said, "You can obviously do more things. Why do you have to be a teacher?" "Because I'm an ultimate teacher," Fang Yan said. "What else can you do if not be a teacher? You're so good at martial arts. You can be a bodyguard for a big shot. You can also open a martial arts school. There will be many people learning martial arts from you. You're good-looking and know Tai Chi. Even Sister Xia Tian wants to shoot a music video with you. You can enter the film industry, you can do many things." Fang Yan sipped the red wine in his teacup and said, "Since I can do a lot of things, why can't I be a teacher? Wouldn't that be a higher salary?" Yuan Lin asked curiously. "I can understand. Mr. Fang has great ideals and integrity. He wants to teach and educate people and have students all over the world. However, didn't Mr. Fang need to think about making money? You have to live, you have to raise a family, you will have a wife and children in the future. I'm sure you won't believe me if I say this," Fang Yan said seriously. "I'm a man who treats money like dirt." Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin couldn't believe it. Especially Yuan Lin. Mr. Fang had accepted her mother's bribe to tutor her in order to save money for a meal. "I'm not lying," Fang Yan said with a smile. "I have hundreds of millions in my card. Tell me, if money isn't shit to me, what is it?" Both of them felt that Fang Yan was bragging or going crazy. How could he have hundreds of millions? Hundreds of millions of people rented in urban villages and took the bus to and from work every day to eat in the school cafeteria. Besides, how could a high school teacher save so much money? It was impossible to save for a lifetime without eating or drinking, right? Mr. Fang, stop joking. That's right. We don't mind you being poor. Okay. Let's not talk about money, Jiang Qin said. It's embarrassing to talk about this kind of topic with an old man. Mr. Fang, do you have a girlfriend? No, Fang Yan said. Why are you asking about this? That, Senior Qinitian that we met last time, is she not related to you? Jiang Qin blinked his big innocent eyes and asked expectantly. Fang Yan took the students of class 9 to the urban village to learn the text, Alley in the Rain. As a result, Qinitian had blisters all over her feet after acting as the lilac girl for a whole day. She couldn't even walk. Fang Yan took her to a roadside milk tea shop to apply medicine, but they were discovered by a group of young girls nearby. These young girls told Jiang Qin about Fang Yan applying medicine for Qinitian, so Jiang Qin suspected that Fang Yan and Qinitian had an ambiguous relationship. Qinitian, Fang Yan's smile became bitter. I should go and see her. Ever since they parted in Huacheng, they hadn't seen each other again. Also, when he got off the plane back to Yanjing this time, there were two groups of people who wanted to take him away. He believed that one of them should be Qinitian's people, or should he say that they were related to Qinitian. There was no inexplicable hatred in this world, but there was inexplicable love. Mr. Fang, what did you say? Jiang Qin looked at Fang Yan in confusion and said, did you two quarrel? Fang Yan didn't have the mood to talk anymore and said, I'm a bit sleepy, I'm going to lie down and sleep for a while. The two young girls were like two beautiful mermaids swimming around in the hot spring pool. Fang Yan lay on the stone wall to rest, thinking about something, and unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up, the sky was dark, and it was already night time. Fang Yan used the hot spring water to wash his face, and asked, what time is it? Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin had already left the hot spring pool, and were lying on the lounge chairs under the eaves of the corridor, watching a movie on their phones, wrapped in pajamas and covered with blankets. They were worried that the sound of the movie would disturb Fang Yan, so they both put on headphones. Fang Yan only saw Fang Yan's mouth moving, but he didn't hear what Fang Yan said. Jiang Qin took off his headphones, and said with a smile, Mr. Fang, you're awake, what did you say? What time is it? Fang Yan asked. It's past 5 o'clock, Jiang Qin said. You've slept for a few hours. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Fang Yan said with a guilty expression. Wait for me, I'll get up now. Are you hungry? Let's go back to the city for dinner. After leaving the room, the three of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the parking lot. When Fang Yan found his old car, he felt like he was struck by lightning. He was really struck by lightning. The body of the car was densely scratched, the lights were broken, the front of the car was dented, and the car had been kicked countless times. There were even muddy water marks on it. The smile on Fang Yan's face froze, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. This was his grandfather's car, the first car his grandfather ever owned, and the only car his grandfather ever owned. This car had a special meaning to his grandfather, Fang Hui. He knew that his grandfather cherished this car very much. At the time, his father, Fang Yixing, couldn't even borrow it for a single use. Later on, his grandfather's legs were paralyzed, and he couldn't drive anymore. His grandfather then gave the car to Fang Yan for safekeeping, and told him to take good care of it. Some people say that a car is a man's second lover. Fang Yan had never had a lover, so he didn't know what it felt like to have one. But Fang Yan now knew very well that he was in a very bad mood. Those scratches weren't on the body of the car, it was more like they were scratched on his face. Those kicks didn't seem to be on the door of the car, but more like they were on his legs. Lustful, Fang Yan said in a cold voice. Those bastards are really lustful. They're willing to do anything. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's faces were also pale with anger. They didn't expect someone to be so shameless. Hearing the meaning behind Fang Yan's words, Jiang Qin asked, Mr. Fang, do you know who did this? I can guess. Fang Yan said with a sneer, they followed us all the way. We went to eat hot pot, they also went to eat hot pot. We came to Tangshan, they also followed us, they've been sneaking behind us. I thought they were your senior brothers, and you would see them often in the future, so I didn't bother to pay attention to them. I didn't expect them to be so bold and do such a low-class thing. With Fang Yan's ability, how could he not know that someone was following them? And not only Guan Yu and his men were following them, but there was also another group of unidentified people following them. The difference was that Guan Yu and his men's tracking skills were so bad that it was difficult not to find them. But the other group of unidentified people's tracking skills were extremely brilliant. They appeared and disappeared, and they changed cars twice in a row on Tangshan Road. That was to say, at least a group of people were following them. These people were the ones that Fang Yan was really wary of. Guan Yu and his men were just a side character. In Fang Yan's eyes, they were just two big boys who fell in love with a girl in the same class. Whether it was for the sake of Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's future studies, or for the sake of Xia's face, he didn't want to have any disputes with them. He knew that they had arrived at Tangshan, and he also knew that they had arrived at this first-class hot spring. But this first-class hot spring was so big, if they could soak in it, why couldn't others? He didn't expect that they dared to vent their anger on Fang Yan's old car when they couldn't find them. Damn it! Mr. Fang, you mean, it was Guan Yu and his men who did it? Jiang Qin now understood who the murderer was. They followed us to Tangshan. Ah! Why would they do that? They usually look quite gentle, but it turns out that they are dogs in sheep's clothing. These two people are so annoying. Yuan Lin also said angrily. Shall we call the police? Arrest them. The parking lot was huge, and it was freezing cold, so the security guards rarely patrolled outside. When encountering this kind of thing, they should naturally find the security guards of the first-class hot spring to solve it. The final solution was to pay some money. Fang Yan didn't want to let the two bastards go so easily. He squatted down to check the footprints on the ground, and then began to search forward. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin wrapped their windbreakers tightly and followed behind. Jiang Qin couldn't help but ask, Mr. Fang, what are you looking for? There are so many footprints, and even car prints, can you find them? Would they have run away long ago? After doing such a thing, they can't help but want to see my exasperated look. They probably won't leave now. Fang Yan suppressed the anger in his heart and said, if my guess is right, they won't leave, and they are not far from us. Fang Yan walked along the messy footprints for a while, then turned a corner and found the black Mercedes-Benz he had seen at the school gate. Chapter 349. In the huge white snow field, the Mercedes-Benz looked like an ugly monster that was resting. The car didn't turn on the lights, but Guan Nu and Huang Yida sat in the car and didn't leave. Fang Yan's guess was right. They really wanted to see Fang Yan's angry look. Who asked Fang Yan to make them angry first? They set off from the hot pot restaurant, followed all the way to Tangshan, and came to the first-class hot spring that Fang Yan chose. They pretended to be Fang Yan's friends and ran to the front desk to ask where Fang Yan and the other two girls went. Although the receptionist had the duty to protect the privacy of the guests, she didn't tell them the specific room number, but she strongly recommended the private courtyard to them and said that their friends also lived in the private courtyard. Guan Nu and Huang Yida certainly knew what the private courtyard meant, because they had brought other women to experience it before. In that small courtyard, they stripped those women like naked little white sheep. Now two men lived in a private courtyard. What was going on? Guan Nu and Huang Yida were burning with anger. They had the urge to drag Fang Yan out and beat him up. Even Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin hated them. They felt that these two women didn't know how to love themselves. They casually followed a man into the private courtyard known as the Lovers' Courtyard. How could they end up well? They couldn't find Fang Yan, but they found Fang Yan's old car. The two couldn't calm down, so they vented their anger on his car. They felt uncomfortable in their hearts, but they couldn't let Fang Yan's life be too easy. They created a little trouble for him, and then hid on the side to watch them make a fool of themselves. They would find a chance to teach the kid a lesson and find a way to push the two girls down on the bed. In their hearts, since Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin didn't know how to love themselves, they didn't deserve their continued love. Their position was just right, so they could sit in the car and see what was going on around the old car. They saw Fang Yan walking over with two girls, talking and laughing. They saw Fang Yan's angry expression, and they saw Fang Yan crawling on the ground to search for them. It had been 3 hours since the car was destroyed, and the business of the first-class hot spring was especially good today. There were cars coming and going in the parking lot, and there was an endless stream of people. The footprints they left a few hours ago had long been crushed by the wheels of the car and trampled by other customers. How did he find his way here? Was he born in the year of the hound? Fang Yan stood outside the car while they sat in the driver's seat and the passenger's seat. They could see Fang Yan outside, and they knew that Fang Yan must have seen them. Fang Yan knocked on the window, and Guan Nu had to roll down the window. Because of his guilty conscience, Guan Nu wanted to greet Fang Yan naturally, but he couldn't do it. He smiled very reluctantly and said, "Why are you here?" "We just finished soaking in the hot spring and are about to drive back." Fang Yan looked at Guan Nu and Huang Yida expressionlessly and said, "I'd rather you beat me up than run to cut my car." Guan Nu's expression was slightly stiff, and he said with a smile, "What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. I'm a smart person, and you're too stupid." "I know it was you who did it," Fang Yan said. "Otherwise, why would I come to you when there are so many cars in this parking lot? Do you have any misunderstanding about us?" Huang Yida said lazily. Since they had fallen out, he was not going to give Fang Yan any face. His prince's disease came back again, and he said arrogantly and coldly, "It's the first time we've met, and we're not very familiar with each other, so, Guan Nu, drive. Don't waste time on some ignorant people." Guan Nu smiled and said, "Goodbye." They were very calm, and didn't even look at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, who were staring at them angrily. Jiang Qin grabbed the window and shouted angrily, "Guan Nu, do you have any shame? Why did you smash other people's cars? Did Brother Fang offend you?" "Exactly. I used to think you were good people, but I didn't expect you to do such a shameless thing." Yuan Lin stood on the side and said, "Do you like us? If you like him, then be brave and chase him. If you can challenge Brother Fang like a man, I will look up to you." Don't you feel ashamed that you only know how to do such sneaky things? Even dogs despise such men. Don't be so ungrateful. Guanu's face became gloomy. Who do you think you are? Like you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You're just two peasant girls. If it weren't for senior sister Xia, who would care about you? The Academy of Music is short of everything, but there is no shortage of good-looking women. I can go to school with my eyes closed and pull one to look better than you. Huang Yida sneered. Fighting for a woman? Do you deserve to make me do such a thing? He was really a very proud and very tsundere man. In his eyes, beautiful women were like cabbages that he could eat at will. He could fry them if he wanted. Of course, he could really do that. After listening to his words, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were very angry, and Fang Yan was even more furious. In his heart, although Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were still children, they were both very beautiful children. More importantly, they were his students and the juniors of his friends. They attacked his friends like this. Of course, Fang Yan was very unhappy. Of course, Fang Yan was not in a hurry to explode. Because he knew that it was a very serious matter for a girl who felt good about herself to be scolded for not being beautiful. This matter was more than 10 times more serious than his classic car being smashed. He needed to provide time for the two of them to calm down. Sure enough, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin immediately began to fight back. If that's the case, why are you following us like dogs? You invited us to dinner time and time again, and even when you were rejected, you still have to pretend to be gentlemen, Jiang Qin said. If we don't give him face, he is also shameless. When we go to the hot pot restaurant, they follow us to the hot pot restaurant. When we come to the hot spring, they come to the hot spring. How pitiful are they? On such a cold day, we are soaking in the hot spring in the yard and drinking red wine, while they are outside drinking the wind and eating the snow. Their days must be hard, right? Yuan Lin sneered. You two bitches, Guanu cursed. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin's words did poke at their wounds. Waiting outside for a few hours really made the two of them feel like a year. Moreover, there was a sense of shame that they were not cared about. Two stupid women. Do you know what you have done? Huang Yida was so angry that he laughed. Do you know that what will happen next is out of your control? I will make you beg for death. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Fang Yan said. You smashed my car and scolded my friend. Shouldn't I be the one looking for trouble? Get lost, Guanu scolded. He didn't dare to offend Huang Yida, but in his heart, he really didn't care about a small character like Fang Yan. Who are you? If you make me angry, you will be the first to die. You really make me feel very conflicted, Fang Yan said. I originally thought that we should talk about the compensation first, and then pay your mother back, of course. Let your mother come and sleep with you, Guanu scolded recklessly. Fine, Fang Yan said coldly. This problem is solved. Fang Yan grabbed Guanu's head and slammed it against the steering wheel. Clang! Before Guanu could fully react, his forehead had already hit the steering wheel. Fang Yan angrily hit with great force. Just one hit made his head bleed, and the blood flowed into his eyes, making it difficult for him to see. Clang! Fang Yan grabbed Guanu's head and slammed it against the steering wheel again. With just 2 hits, Guanu actually fainted. Fang Yan's action was too fast, and he couldn't even say a word of threat or beg for mercy. It was not until this time that Huang Yida, who was sitting in the passenger seat, reacted. What are you doing? What are you? He reached out and wanted to roll up the window. If Fang Yan didn't quickly pull his arm out, it would be crushed by the window glass. Click! Fang Yan's speed was faster, and he stood next to the main cockpit, directly locking all the windows. No matter how hard Huang Yida tried, there was no way to roll up the window. Fang Yan ignored Huang Yida, and one of his hands was still grabbing Guanu's head. He knew that Guanu had fainted, but this didn't mean that he had vented his anger. Clang! he slammed Guanu's head against the steering wheel for the third time. Clang, the fourth time. Clang, the fifth time. As if he was addicted to doing this, Fang Yan grabbed Guanu's head and slammed it against the steering wheel again and again. When the steering wheel was crooked, he used his other hand to straighten it and continued to hit it. The Mercedes-Benz logo in the middle of the steering wheel was printed in the middle of Guanu's forehead, creating a triangular flesh hole on his forehead. Guanu's head was dripping with blood, and the steering wheel was also drenched with blood. Blood flowed on the ground and on Guanu's legs. It was a shocking sight. The narrow car was filled with the smell of blood, which made Huang Yide feel nauseous. As soon as Fang Yan let go, Guanu's whole body collapsed on the leather seat, as if he was dead. Fang Yan took a tissue from the car to wipe the blood between his fingers. He looked at Huang Yide and asked, "Do you know that the next thing is out of your control? I'm going to make you beg for death. This sentence should be said by me." Chapter 350. When they were in Huacheng, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin had seen the scene of Fang Yan beating up Brother Wolf, so they were still very calm at this time. Huang Yide didn't have such luck. He was really scared silly. "Oh my God, is this guy trying to beat me to death?" Guanu's head and face were covered with blood, and his chest and pants were also covered with blood. The blood splashed on his body, and he did not dare to reach out to wipe it off. His head and the steering wheel made a cracking sound, and every time he hit it, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. He suspected that even if Guanu came back to life, his forehead and nose would probably collapse. If he did not go for plastic surgery, how could he fight in the entertainment industry in the future? Of course, the premise was that Guanu could still come back to life. He thought that Guanu was already dead. Guanu's encounter made Huang Yide completely calm down, and his legs kept trembling under the car. He knew in his heart that if Fang Yan could treat Guanu like this, then he had enough courage to treat himself like this. Huang Yide felt that he had to do something. He could not sit still and wait for death. "You'd better not touch me, my father is. Don't tell me who your father is," said Fang Yan. "I'm not interested in knowing him." Fang Yan wiped the gap between his fingers with a tissue. He wiped very carefully. After wiping every finger clean, he put the blood-stained tissue in his pocket and said, "Can we talk about compensation now? Of course, if you have a different opinion, I can also beat you up first. I accept the negotiation." Huang Yide was relieved. As long as the problem could be solved with money, it was not a big problem. How much could his old car be worth? Even if he opened his mouth wide and bit it, how much could it be? As long as he walked out safe and sound today, there would be plenty of opportunities to get back at him in the future. He was very confident about this. "Get out of the car," said Fang Yan. In the past, if Fang Yan had used a commanding tone to order him to get out of the car, he would have rolled his eyes and called him an idiot. But with the visual impact of Guanu being beaten to death in front of him, he did not have any courage to resist. He opened the door and got out of the car, but he still didn't have the guts to walk up to Fang Yan. Fang Yan looked at Huang Yide, who was standing in the wind and shivering, and said, "Since you agreed to compensate, I won't bully you. You'll pay me what the car is worth, 10 million up front. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for more." Huang Yide stared at Fang Yan with wide eyes and said, 10 million. What kind of expression is that? It's like I'm deliberately tricking you. Fang Yan said with a displeased expression. Huang Yide felt so wrong that he was about to cry. He thought to himself, "You're not deliberately tricking me. You're already prepared to bury me." 10 million can buy a Bentley, 2 Ferraris, more than a dozen Mercedes-Benz and BMWs. Brother, if I'm not wrong, the car you drive is called Hongqi, right? Isn't that too much? Huang Yide said cautiously. Although he had already planned to solve the problem with money, he didn't think that he would be cheated so badly. "How about this? Your car is already old. I'll call to order a new car for you, a new BMW. You can pick up the car when you get back to the city and drive it home today. Do you think that's okay? BMW? Fang Yan shook his head. I also have a BMW at home, but I like this Hongqi. Huang Yida sneered in his heart. He thought to himself, will you die if you don't brag? You have a BMW at home, but you don't drive it. You drive such a broken Hongqi to pick up girls? Is there something wrong with your brain? Of course, Huang Yida didn't dare to say such words. He was afraid that Fang Yan would beat him, but he didn't have the confidence to beat Fang Yan. Since you like Hongqi, then I'll buy you a Hongqi. Huang Yida said. That's fine too. Fang Yan said. I want the same Hongqi. Of course, I'll buy you the same Hongqi. Huang Yida laughed in his heart. This idiot, a BMW doesn't want a Hongqi. I really like your stupid acting. Fang Yan seemed to see through Huang Yida's thoughts and said with a smile, I hope you can buy it. My Hongqi is the third-generation domestic Hongqi that I bought 56 years ago. It's called Victoria's Soaring Dragon. It's a car from decades ago. It's really an antique now. Huang Yida didn't respond. He took out his phone and began to search for this model of Hongqi. As long as this car was sold online, he didn't believe that he couldn't buy it. Soon, the results appeared. He clicked on the link and his face became more and more ugly. The third-generation domestic Hongqi, which was the Victoria's Soaring Dragon, was priced at 570,000 yuan 56 years ago. Moreover, this price was the best one. The Victoria's Soaring Dragon only had one top-tier car. Of course, this price wasn't something difficult for Huang Yida to accept. After all, his annual New Year's money and the earnings from some of the stocks he invested were enough for him to pay the compensation. The problem was that 570,000 yuan was the price 56 years ago. According to the introduction on the internet, Victoria's Soaring Dragon was produced to celebrate the coming of Huaxia. Because the price of Victoria's Soaring Dragon was relatively expensive, and its appearance was too old, it wasn't accepted by the public. The sales of this car were pitifully low. Fang Yan's grandfather, Fang Hui, was a martial artist. The rough edges and corners of Victoria's Soaring Dragon were just right for him, so he bought one as his own car. Later, the Hongqi factory really had no choice but to give all the remaining Victoria's Soaring Dragon to the retired old cadres behind the red wall as their travel cars. After the car was sent out, the leaders of the Hongqi factory were also relieved. As a result, during the National Day military parade, the country's #1 leader also chose to ride this special Hongqi car to participate in the parade and push this car to the world. For some reason, the Hongqi factory didn't reopen the production line of Victoria's Soaring Dragon. Therefore, the very few cars became antiques that some people collected. Now, the price of each Victoria's Soaring Dragon was between 6 million and 8 million. If the previous owner of the car had a special identity, then the price could be higher. In that case, the 10 million that Fang Yan offered was indeed a good price. After all, this type of car wasn't something that could be bought with money. What stupid thing did they do? Huang Yida completely became an idiot. He began to envy the unconscious Guan Nu. At least he didn't have to worry about money now. Fang Yan looked at the change in Huang Yida's expression and said, now you know that my asking price isn't high, right? The car was just cut, it's not broken yet, can it still be driven after some repairs? Huang Yida said. Pa! Fang Yan slapped Huang Yida's face and said with a sneer, do you want to say that since the car isn't completely broken anyway, why don't you just pay for the repair and let this matter go? Huang Yida's face was burning with pain. He reached out and wiped it. There was blood on his palm. He knew that the corner of his mouth was cut by Fang Yan. His eyes became fierce, but his voice was still calm as he said, I didn't expect this car to be so expensive. I don't have that much money in my card, how to raise money is your problem. Fang Yan said with a sneer. My problem is to ask you for money. You also know that I'm just a student, Huang Yida said. Such a large sum of money, I need the support of my family. Can I call my family? Fang Yan squinted at Huang Yida and said, why? Are you ready to call for help? I didn't mean that. Huang Yida quickly denied. He was afraid that his thoughts would be misunderstood by Fang Yan. If this guy didn't care about anything and beat him up, then he would suffer a big loss. Thinking of Guan Yu's miserable state, he felt his legs becoming weak. I have more than 4 million in my card. I'll transfer all of this money to you and write you an IOU. After I sell the stocks in my hand, I'll give you the rest of the money. Do you think that's okay? Fang Yan thought about it and said, you did this voluntarily. Yes. I did this voluntarily. Huang Yida said. I can write you an IOU, and I can write the compensation reason on the IOU, then I'll believe you this time. Fang Yan said. Then he took out his bank card and handed it to Huang Yida. I have a condition. Huang Yida said. What condition? Fang Yan asked. I accept your compensation condition. You can't hit people, I can't promise you this. Fang Yan said. What if you scold me after I accept your condition? I promise I won't scold you. Huang Yida said seriously. Is he an idiot? Will he scold people at this time? Fang Yan thought about it and said, okay. As long as you don't scold me, I won't hit you. Huang Yida opened his mobile bank account and entered Fang Yan's card number to transfer the money. After the transfer, Huang Yida got into the Mercedes-Benz and took out a pen and paper. He wrote a 5 million IOU and handed it to Fang Yan. Fang Yan took the IOU and checked it. Then he carefully stuffed it into his wallet. Pa! Fang Yan slapped Huang Yida's face. Why did you hit people? Huang Yida was shocked. I just said that you can't hit people when I give you money. Clang! Fang Yan kicked Huang Yida's stomach again. His body flew out and hit the Mercedes-Benz behind him. You scolded me. I didn't scold, Huang Yida held his stomach. The pain made the muscles on his face twisted. You scolded me. Fang Yan said and rushed toward Huang Yida again. You scolded me in your heart. Chapter 351. Bang! Fang Yan punched Huang Yida on the left side of his face. Bang! Fang Yan punched Huang Yida on the right side of his face. Hey, how dare you stare at me? Fang Yan punched him in the mouth. Mr. Fang, stop! Jiang Qin ran up and pulled Fang Yan's arm to stop him from hitting. Mr. Fang, Yuan Lin shouted, Mr. Fang, and rushed up to hold Fang Yan's waist. Yuan Lin's behavior made Jiang Qin very dissatisfied. You can stop the fight, but why did you hold him? So, she reached out and held Fang Yan's arm in her warm arms, saying, Mr. Fang, you can't hit him anymore, or he will die. Are you worried about him? Fang Yan asked with a smile. We are worried that you will kill him and have to bear the responsibility, Yuan Lin said. Then I won't hit him. Fang Yan was very satisfied with the girl's answer. Although he regarded them as children, he also hoped that he was the most handsome uncle in their eyes, or the big brother. Anyway, it's not satisfying. Fang Yan was really not satisfying. He tried very hard to control his strength to avoid accidentally killing him. He thought it would be better to go back and fight with Yi Rou or Bailey Lu. That kind of fight was a real fight. Fang Yan patted Huang Yida's face, motioning him to open his eyes and look at him. Huang Yida's eyes were covered with blood. He just opened his eyes, but he quickly closed them again. Because the blood soaked into his eyes, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Do you dare to curse people casually in the future? Huang Yida had to curse again in his heart. You bastard son of a b*tch, when did I curse people casually? It's easy to blame someone, right? I'm more wrong than you, Fei. I know you will definitely take revenge, and I don't care whether you will or not. Let me tell you, the people of Swallow Dock are not so easily bullied. Fang Yan waved his hand and said to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, let's go back. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin looked sympathetically at Huang Yida, who was lying motionless on the front of the Mercedes-Benz, and then happily followed Fang Yan to the smashed classic car. Ouch! It was as if his muscles were being torn apart. He felt like his body was falling apart. Many parts of his body were no longer listening to his brain. He tried his best to get up. Just as he used his elbow to push his body up, his strength was exhausted. Once again, he lay on the roof of the car, gasping for breath. Senior brother. A voice suddenly rang in his ears. Huang Yida was shocked and jumped down from the front of the car. Seeing Guan standing next to him with blood all over his face, he asked in a trembling voice, are you a human or a ghost? Senior brother, it's me, Guan Yu felt a little itchy on his nose. He reached out to wipe it, and 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on his face. Huang Yida took several steps back and shouted, Guan, are you okay? Senior brother, I can't swallow this. Guan said with red eyes. Although his mind was much more mature than children of this age, he was still a teenager after all. Being bullied like this, he felt so wrong that his tears were about to come out. Seeing Guan expression, Huang Yida was relieved and said in a hoarse voice, I can't swallow this either. He took my money, and he has to spit it out for me. Spit it out 10 times, 100 times. He hit my people, and he has to pay it back, 10 times, 100 times. This time, I want his life. Senior brother, should we call the police? Call the police. Calling the police is too easy on them. Senior brother, what can you do? After listening to Huang Yida's words, Guan regarded him as his backbone and asked eagerly. He is too strong, and we are not his opponent at all. They had not associated Fang Yan with the legendary martial arts master. How could there be so many martial arts masters in the world? When Fang Yan grabbed Guan head, Guan also tried to resist, but he did not succeed, so Guan subconsciously felt that Fang Yan was stronger than him. Can strength be used as food? Huang Yida sneered. No matter how good his martial arts is, he is afraid of a machete. If he dares to hit me, I will let his whole family suffer. Swallow Dock. Swallow Dock, what is his name? Fang Yan. Guan said. It seems to be the name. What kind of place is Swallow Dock? Call and ask, and you will know. Huang Yida said. He searched for a while, but there was no phone in his pocket. Maybe the phone fell to the ground when he was beaten. So he searched on the ground and finally found the phone in the snow. The screen was soaked with snow. Huang Yida wiped the phone on his body, and it could still be used. He checked in the phone book, and finally chose a person called Old San to be his revenge partner this time. The phone was dialed, and it was quickly picked up. A laughing voice came from the phone and said, Young Master Huang, I haven't found a brother to drink with for a long time. Where have you been recently? Huang Yida was not joking with Old San. He was not in the mood. He said in a deep voice, Third brother, your brother was bullied. What? Bullied? In Yanjing City, who dares to bully my brother? Old San asked in surprise. Third brother, I was careless this time. I came to Tangshan with my friends to soak in the hot spring, but we were blocked. Third brother, help me find a place. Swallow Dock. Have you heard of this place? Brother, you were bullied, this is a big deal. Don't mention Swallow House, even if it is Peacock House, I will burn it down. Where are you now? I will pick you up immediately. Then we will directly bring our brothers to Swallow House to avenge you. I don't believe that there are still people who dare to bully my Old San's brother. Today I will listen to Third brother's arrangement. Us brothers will kill Buddha and gods will destroy gods. In this cold weather, Huang Yida finally felt a hint of ambiguity. He thought to himself, Father really raised a good dog. Huang Yida said gratefully, "Third brother, I am in the parking lot of Tangshan Top Grade Hot Spring. My friends and I are injured, we may not be able to drive. Today we will rely on you, brother." "Don't mention it. We are brothers after all," third brother said straightforwardly. Hanging up the phone, Guanyu asked with concern, "Senior brother, what did you say?" Huang Yida opened the car door and sat inside, saying, "We will rest in the car, someone will come to pick us up in a while." Guanyu also opened the car door and sat inside, saying, "Then Fang Yan, go to Swallow Dock and set them on fire," Huang Yida said fiercely. "I want them to die without a burial place." "Great," Guanyu said happily. "Then catch those two little bitches, make them kneel down and sing, 'Conquer,' to us." At that time, "I'm afraid their mouths won't have time to sing, 'Conquer' anymore," Huang Yida said with an obscene smile. "Since they did something wrong, they have to be punished. Since they don't want to accept a toast, then let them drink yellow soup." "Stinking bitch, if it wasn't for those two, would we be in this situation?" "That's right." Guanyu thought of the injuries he had suffered, and his hatred also surged. "Humph, don't fall into our hands, or else." Huang Yida suddenly thought of a question and asked, "When did you wake up?" "Ah. What?" Guanyu was stunned and said, "I just woke up." "I hope so." Huang Yida coldly glanced at him and said. If Guanyu had woken up long ago and saw that he was being beaten but deliberately pretended to be dead and didn't want to come out to help, there was a big problem with this kid's character. The big tyranny at the front of the motorcade that was responsible for opening the road stopped, the first car stopped, and the 4 cars following behind all stopped. The door was pushed open, and a long-haired man in leather jumped out of the tyranny car. He walked to the stone sign at the entrance of the village, looked at it, and shouted, "Swallow Fort, this is Swallow Fort, it's written on the sign. Get off." The bald man in the back seat of the tyranny car shouted into the walkie-talkie, and the cars behind all opened their doors. More than a dozen men in black jumped out with all kinds of weapons in their hands, and gathered towards the stone sign. The bald man grinned, revealing 2 big golden teeth in the middle, and said to Huang Yida sitting next to him with a smile, "Brother, this is Swallow Fort. A place where even birds don't shit. If it wasn't for the GPS, we wouldn't even know where this place is." Huang Yida looked at the group of men in black standing in the cold wind, and his confidence was unprecedentedly high, saying, "Third brother, I can't thank you enough, you've seen the grievances I've suffered, this is the most shameful day for me as a brother. Today, it's up to you to make the decision for me." Guanyu's mouth was crooked, and he pointed to the village and said, "Beat them. Beat them until their mothers can't recognize them. Today we'll follow third brother, and watch third brother take your iron-blooded brothers to kill gods and destroy Buddhas." Third brother took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and after spitting out a mouthful of smoke, he said lightly, "It's a piece of cake." Third brother opened the door and got off, and Huang Yida and Guanyu also got off. In this desolate suburb, the cold wind was even colder. Huang Yida and Guanyu were both seriously injured, so the coldness reached their bones. Third brother swept his gaze over his brothers in a dignified manner and shouted, "Let's end this quickly. Brothers, you haven't eaten yet. When we get back, third brother will treat you to a hot pot, big meat and good wine." Huang Yida also shouted, and said, "Everyone has a red packet of 10,000 yuan. Ow!" The black-robed men shouted excitedly, "You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.